Chapter 22:19. In an instant, a powerful suction force appeared beneath his feet, rapidly devouring Sei Ito's energy like a black hole. This made Sei Ito understand that Amora's warning was not an exaggeration, but a fact. Hence, in just a short moment, a full 30% of his energy had been devoured by the magic array beneath his feet. Although 30% seemed like a small amount, with the purity of the energy in his body, the conversion was enough for Amora to recover more than a third of her energy. In the main world, it would not be a problem for her to create another 7 or 8 powerhouses, and they would be the kind that was about to break through to the peak of the legendary realm. Fortunately, the magic array beneath his feet was finally full at this moment. Then, it suddenly lit up and released a large amount of spatial energy, forming a huge vortex above the magic array. In the middle of the vortex was a circular blue passage that was about the height of a person, emitting a powerful suction force. Knowing that this was the trans-realm teleportation gate, Sei Ito did not hesitate and walked into the portal with Amora in his arms. After what seemed like an instant, or perhaps more than 10 seconds, Sei Ito and Amora's eyes suddenly lit up, and a new environment appeared before their eyes. This was a dense forest covered by countless thick green trees. It was like a wall of trees that surrounded the trans-realm teleportation portal made of several piles of stones. A spacious path paved with slabs of stone extended into the distance, connecting to an unknown location. Then, the magnificent magic gate quickly shrank into a small dot, bursting like a bubble and disappearing into the air. Sei Ito did not care about the magic gate, and stepped out of the magic array with Amora in tow. He stepped onto the forest path paved with slabs of stone and followed it out. The path was not very long, only about 100 meters or so. With Sei Ito and Amora's speed, it only took them a short while to complete the path. Then, a wide yellow road that looked like an ancient battle path appeared before their eyes. However, compared to the road in front of him, the cliff-like slope at the side of the road attracted Sei Ito's attention more. He walked through the dirt road in front of him, stepped on the green grass beside him, and walked to the front of the cliff. Sei Ito saw a world that was even wider than his home in an extremely impactful way. The cliff was indeed a cliff. It was over 100 meters above the ground, with a vast expanse of open land ahead. A group of palaces and buildings filled with ancient Viking features stood in a picturesque, disorderly manner above the land. Surrounded by tall and long walls, they formed a massive ancient city, protecting the people living in the palaces. In a place far away from the ancient city, which looked like the horizon, there was a sea of blue. It was none other than the vast ocean that filled the entire world of Vanaheim. In the main world of the Vanaheim pantheon, the god of summer, the god of sea, and the god of wind, the ocean was like the forests of the elven kingdom and the underground caves of the dwarven world. It was an absolutely indispensable existence. Of course, although Niold was the ruling overgod of the Vanaheim pantheon, he was also one of the 12 overgods of the Asgard pantheon. Therefore, although the Vanaheim pantheon was still a separate pantheon, it had already merged with the Asgard pantheon to live together, prosper together, and suffer together. That's the palace where the Vanaheim pantheon lives. Amora, who had come to Sei Ito's side at some point, said as she looked at the buildings that stood on the ground and reflected a metallic luster under the bright sunlight. "Tell me about the Vanaheim pantheon," Sei Ito said softly. "There are a total of 7 members of the Vanaheim pantheon. They are the ruler, the god King Niold, Queen Narzas, Prince Flay, Princess Freya, and the prince's wife, the giant Gilder. Then there are Sif and the witch Gulwig." Amora did not hide anything and told him everything she knew about the Vanaheim pantheon. "Of course, because you have already captured Sif, there are only 6 members of the Vanaheim pantheon left now. How strong are they? Against Beezle?" Sei Ito asked again. "Apart from the god King Niold, the others are no match for Beezle," Amora replied in a proud tone. It was as if Beelzebub's strength was also her glory. What about their fighting style? Saito nodded and asked again. He had a general idea now. Apart from the witch Gulwig, the other members mainly fight with their bare hands. Occasionally they will use magic. Amora recalled a little and described. Thank you for your cooperation. I will summon you again in the future. Saito turned to look at Amora and smiled. Having said that, he did not wait for Amora's reaction and sent her back to the Rubik's Cube world with a thought. The Vanaheim Pantheon. Saito muttered to himself as he looked back at the palace. His figure then flashed and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Saito's figure suddenly appeared outside the ancient city of the Vanaheim Pantheon. It was not that he did not want to appear directly in the city, but because of the magical barrier above the ancient city, the method of teleportation was directly blocked. Therefore, he had no choice but to enter the city through the main gate like the ordinary citizens of Vanaheim who were heading to the palace of the Vanaheim Pantheon. That's right, the ordinary citizens of Vanaheim. Just like Asgard, which was ruled by the Asgard Pantheon, the Vanaheim Pantheon also had a large number of soldiers trained by ordinary humans from Vanaheim or other worlds. After all, compared to the huge base of humans and other races, the number of Pantheon members was ultimately small. If castles and palaces were built according to the number of Pantheon members, the entire building complex would definitely not be as large as it was now. With soldiers, there would naturally be relatives, needs, supply, and demand. Naturally, there would also be merchants, people, and other professions. Therefore, the entire city would not prohibit ordinary people from coming and going. At most, they would not be allowed to enter certain areas. Fortunately, the soldiers under the command of the Vanaheim Pantheon did not have a strong sense of defense. As soon as they saw Saito's human appearance, they let him go without even checking him, allowing Saito to easily enter the city of the Vanaheim Pantheon. Then Saito walked on the street like an ordinary person, following the crowd to the palace where the Vanaheim Pantheon lived. Then he turned around, using the building to block his sight. He used illusion to hide his figure and swaggered into the palace where the Vanaheim Pantheon lived. It has to be said that although it was the Norse pantheon of the Marvel world, these guys were still luxurious and chaotic, just like the legends. The buildings were splendid, and the decorations were painted in gold. A large number of beautiful women in sexy and revealing clothes were wandering among them. From time to time, they would talk and laugh with the patrolling soldiers. There was no sense of seriousness and vigilance that soldiers should have. This made Saito sigh. If the Vanaheim Pantheon was not destroyed, he would be sorry for the state of the soldiers he raised. In this way, while admiring the luxurious interior of the Vanaheim Pantheon, Saito came to a place that looked like a harem and found a luxurious woman who was served by many maids. This should be the master, right? Saito thought to himself. Without hesitation, he waved his hand gently, and all the women, including the luxurious woman, stopped moving. They were like wax figures that were very close to reality, maintaining their previous movements and staying in the same place. At this time, Saito dispelled the illusion and walked out of the void. He came in front of the women, and then with a thought, he put all of them, including the maids, into the Rubik's Cube world. Then Saito's figure flashed again, and he once again entered the invisible state. He walked along the palace path. A moment later, Saito found another beautiful woman soaking in a bath in a palace. In terms of appearance, she was 50% or 60% similar to the woman who had been captured just now, but she was younger. So it was not difficult to guess that the woman who had been captured just now was the queen of the Vanaheim Pantheon, Narses, and the one in front of him should be the goddess of spring, Freya. Saito, who was hiding in the dark and enjoying the scene of Freya bathing, waved his arm, and another invisible wave enveloped Freya. But unexpectedly, the time stop that was supposed to be a 100% success rate was discovered and blocked by the other party with an unknown power. Who is it? Come out. Freya covered her body with a towel, turned her head to look at the palace, and shouted. Seeing that his attack had been broken, Sei-Ito did not hide anymore. He dispelled the illusion and revealed himself. Who are you? Freya looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared in front of her and shouted. You can call me Chen. Sei-Ito smiled. How did you get here? Freya asked. But as soon as she finished speaking, she remembered the way Sei-Ito had appeared before and realized how stupid her question was. Then, she changed the topic and asked again, Why did you barge into my residence? What is your purpose? I took a fancy to your beauty, so I wanted to capture you and take you back to be my wife. Sei-Ito smiled. Freya's face turned red when she heard this. She glared at Sei-Ito with shame and anger and shouted angrily, Shameless man! Don't even think about it. Having said that, she did not ask any more questions. Instead, she waved her hand and shot out a ray of divine light. It seems that you are one of the few people in the Vanir Protoss who can use magic. Sei-Ito chuckled when he saw this. Then, he waved his arm, and without any visible movement, the ray of divine light seemed to be attracted by something and fell straight into his palm, where he crushed it into fragments of light. Freya's expression changed when she saw this, and her heart could not help but sink. Although the attack just now seemed to be a casual one, it contained at least 70% of her power. If it were an ordinary person, it would be fatal. Even an ordinary Protoss would be in pain for a long time. But she did not expect it to be so weak in the hands of the other party. It was like a bubble that annihilated her attack into nothingness. Chapter 2220. P.S. Thank you to Gu168-878-0145 and Supporting Fat Bread for their precious monthly vote. Although she was shocked by Sei-Ito's strength, Freya did not give up. She immediately raised her hand, and the clear water in the bathtub she was in quickly turned pitch black, and shot towards Sei-Ito with a mysterious and cold aura. In Norse mythology, Freya was not only the goddess of spring, but also the goddess of love, fertility, death, rebirth, and revitalization. Although in the Marvel world, these attributes could not be directly turned into rules like in other high magic worlds, but it was possible to evolve them into the corresponding power. For example, the god of love could be transformed into a power to control pheromones, making people feel sweetness, sadness, love, and so on. For example, the god of fertility could be transformed into a power to increase the secretion of female hormones, increase the activity of ovaries, and the survival rate of eggs. In short, everything could be achieved. Seeing the black water shooting toward him, Sei-Ito did not move. He gently stretched out his hand and pointed forward, and then the water immediately froze from the tip. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into an ice belt that went straight toward the bathtub Freya was in. Freya's expression changed slightly. With a splash, she jumped out of the water and landed on the ground beside her. A perfect, flawless, beautiful body instantly appeared in front of Sei-Ito's eyes. Sei-Ito did not hold back at the beautiful scene in front of him. His eyes wandered back and forth between Freya's full breasts and the triangular area between her legs, admiring Freya's moving body. Damn it! Freya cursed angrily. With a turn of his feet, his body drifted to the side. She raised her hand and pulled hard. With a rip, the curtain at the side was pulled down from the pillar. She quickly wrapped it around her body, covering the beautiful spring scenery. But this way. However, this gave Itsunari a chance to succeed. Sei-Ito's figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Freya, who was hurriedly covering her body with the curtain. When the latter subconsciously raised her head to look at him, he used his palm as a knife and slashed at Freya's neck. Bang! In an instant, Freya felt a sharp pain in her neck and her vision blurred. At the same time, Itose reached out and clasped Freya's exposed smooth shoulder, and with a thought, he threw Freya, who was temporarily unable to resist, into the Rubik's Cube world. Done! Ito whispered to himself with a smile. Then, his figure flashed. Once again, he used the illusion technique to hide himself in the void and moved to the other rooms in the palace. Not long after, Ito arrived in front of another palace. "Who is it?" A young man standing at the entrance of the palace unsheathed his sword and stared at Ito as he asked loudly, "What's wrong, Skyneer?" At the same time, under the influence of his question, another robust and masculine voice sounded from the palace. "A thief has arrived, my master," the warrior named Skyneer replied without turning his head. "Come out, I can see you." Then, Skyneer shouted in Ito's direction again. Ito, who was exposed, did not pretend anymore. He removed the illusion and walked out of the void. "Skyneer, you are the personal guard of the sun god Fry, the god of light Skyneer?" Ito looked at Skyneer, who had a wary expression, with interest. "Who are you? What is your purpose for breaking into the palace of the Vayner gods?" Skyneer ignored Ito's question and continued to shout. "You can call me Chen." Ito smiled. "As for the purpose of coming here, is there any need to say it? Of course, I'm here to capture you." Arrogant. However, this voice did not come from Skyneer. It came from the palace he was guarding. Then, there was the sound of sonorous footsteps. Then, a tall figure, whose body was completely divided by the golden ratio, appeared. A handsome blond man wearing simple armor walked out of the palace, his body glowing with a faint golden light. "Master." Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Skyneer bowed his head and saluted. From Skyneer's behavior, it was not difficult to guess that the person who came was none other than Skyneer. It was the actual ruler of the Vayner gods, the legendary god of fertility, the sun god Fry, who had the priesthoods of prosperity, love, and peace. "Who gave you that arrogant idea to look down on us, the Warner divine race? Is it the Ashen gods? Or other ambitious people?" Fry looked coldly at Ito, who was standing not far in front of the palace, and shouted, "Oh, the arrogance of the gods? Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. I have no one behind me, because I am the reason why I can take down the entire Vayner gods." Ito straightened his body, exuding an aura of boundless confidence, and spoke proudly like an indomitable giant. "Is that so? I'd like to see what gave you such confidence." Fry sneered. "Skyneer, take him down." "Yes, my master," Skyneer replied respectfully. After that, he moved his body and rushed in front of Ito like a beam of light. He held the long sword in his hand vertically and swung it at Ito's body. Ito's palm slapped Skyneer's long sword away. At the same time, he lifted his right foot and instantly kicked the side of Skyneer's calf, kicking away his calf that was used for support, causing his body to tilt involuntarily. Then, he bent his right arm and elbowed Skyneer's face, which was not protected by his helmet. Bang! Suddenly, Skyneer's body flew out like a cannonball and slammed heavily into the palace wall beside him. Fry frowned when he saw that his trusted bodyguard was sent flying by the enemy. His gaze towards Ito became solemn. At this time, Skyneer stood up again by supporting himself against the wall. He shook his head hard to force himself to sober up, and then he looked at Ito with his sword in hand. "Master, the opponent is very strong. I may not be able to guarantee that I will leave him alive," Skyneer said in a low voice. "It doesn't matter. Show your strength to your heart's content and kill the madman. I will personally record this merit for you," Fry said calmly. "Yes, my master." Skyneer's eyes lit up. His voice was sonorous. Then, he stomped his foot again and rushed in front of Ito like a beam of light. He swung the big sword in his hand, bringing out a cold light, and slashed at Ito's head, chest, and thigh. Obviously, after getting Frey's permission, Skyneer decided not to hold back. Ito, who was enveloped by the light of the sword, took a step back. At the critical moment, He brushed against the edge of Skynyr's slash and took a step back. After the light of the sword passed, he once again moved in front of Skynyr, who was exposed. Both of his palms struck out, and a double wind-piercing ear quickly slammed into Skynyr's head. Bang! Under the force-exertion method of the Chinese martial arts, the palm force passed through the obstruction of the helmet and Skynyr's body's strength, and instantly blasted into Skynyr's head. Then, Skynyr felt his head become dizzy, and his entire vision became shaky and blurry. But Skynyr was Skynyr. He was an elite warrior who had participated in the war between the Warner gods and the Ashen god. Knowing that his current situation was very dangerous, he did not hesitate and immediately burst out all the strength in his body. He poured it into the greatsword in his hand. His body spun, and he quickly slashed the greatsword in his hand. Then, a tornado formed from light appeared in the palace. Seito, who had been hit by Skynyr's burst of strength, used the momentum to leap back. He retreated from Skynyr's front, and just happened to dodge the main body of the light tornado that Skynyr had unleashed with his explosive slash. However, the attack range of the light tornado that Skynyr had unleashed with his full strength was still a bit large. The remaining light blades still cut into Seito's body as expected. They cut through his clothes, leaving faint white marks on Seito's tough skin. Seito, who was not in the mood to endure the pain of being cut, slipped again. He completely escaped from the range of the light tornado. Seito, who had stood up again, lowered his head and looked at his clothes that had been cut to the point that they looked like beggars' clothing. He did not care anymore. He smiled lightly and pointed his finger at the light tornado that Skynyr had unleashed with his explosive power. The next moment, the light tornado shook slightly, and a green energy emerged from the light tornado out of thin air. It solidified into green vines that quickly grew. In just a moment, the entire light tornado was replaced by vines that gradually turned dark brown. They formed a ball of vines that tightly wrapped around Skynyr. At this time, Seito's right hand that was pointing at the ball of vines opened, as if he wanted to grab something. Then, with a boom, the ball of vines turned into a dazzling emerald ball of light. It carried a terrifying heat and light as it sputtered in all directions like electricity. Fry, who was standing to the side and just happened to be in the range of the green lightning sputtering, waved his arm. An energy barrier appeared out of thin air and blocked all the lightning splashing in front of him. It did not cause him any trouble. The dazzling green light lasted for about 7 to 8 seconds before it completely dissipated, revealing Skynyr's figure inside. However, at this time, Skynyr no longer had his previous valiant appearance. Not only was there a large part of the armor on his body shattered, even his white skin had become abnormally charred. A faint burnt smell was emitted from his body. His eyes were slightly closed as he half knelt on the ground, relying on the long sword in his hand to support his body. Frey's expression changed when he saw Skynyr's appearance. His brows furrowed even tighter. However, before he could turn around and say something to Seito, Seito's figure suddenly appeared beside Skynyr. He raised his arm and Skynyr disappeared. Obviously, he had been stored in the Rubik's Cube world. "Where is Skynyr?" Fry asked in a deep voice. Seito ignored him. Instead, he turned to look at another woman who had appeared at the entrance of the palace. She was an extremely beautiful woman. She had golden wavy hair that shone like the sun and had some natural curls. Except for the part at the back of her head that was coiled into a high bun, the rest of her hair fell naturally on both sides of her face and lightly rested on her exposed shoulders. She was tall and slim and wore a white silk dress. The long hem of the dress completely covered her feet. However, unlike ordinary women, this woman's brows were filled with a masculine aura. If one did not consider her attire, one would completely mistake her for a powerful female warrior, just like the Valkyries, Freya and Heve. "Gilder, why did you come out?" Fry frowned. "I heard a voice and sensed a powerful energy," the woman called Gilder said. At this moment, Ito also guessed her identity from her name. She was Frey's wife, the daughter of Angel, the goddess of the ocean, who did not belong to the Vanir gods, and the female giant Anarbuddha. In myths and legends, she was the female giant who held the position of grain. It's just as the legends say. The male giants are ugly and look like monsters, while the female giants are beautiful like pure goddesses, Ito said to himself as he sized up Gilder's appearance and figure. Do you need me to give you some time to explain? Ito turned to Fry with a smile. I'll return the favor, Fry said in a deep voice. Since you don't appreciate it, I'll begin. Ito shrugged nonchalantly and said, My dear, you'd better put on your armor. Just as Fry was about to make his move, Gilder suddenly reminded him. Fry raised his head to look at Ito, and then turned to look at his wife, Gilder. Put it on so you won't be upset when you lose. Ito chuckled. Fry could tell from the fight between Ito and Ito that Ito was not easy to deal with. He did not hesitate and immediately summoned his armor. Then, a strong fire-like light bloomed from Frey's body, wrapping him up. Pretty girl, if I win, will you be with me? Ito, who was not in the mood to watch the man change his armor, turned to Gilder and teased her. If you can win, Gilder said calmly. Don't worry, I'll definitely win. I just hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Ito said confidently. Gilder did not say anything. Instead, she focused her attention on Fry. Ito, who was ignored, laughed self-deprecatingly and looked at his opponent again. The next moment, the light dispersed and Frey's figure appeared again. At this time, his upper body was covered in armor made of soft golden magical metal. He wore pants made of the skin of black magical creatures, and a golden cape hung behind him. In his hand was a long sword with a scabbard made of the same magical creature's skin. If he was not mistaken, that sword should be Frey's divine weapon, the Sword of Victory. Fry slowly opened his eyes and looked at Ito opposite him. He said calmly, Come, arrogant intruder. Chapter 22-21. I hope you can act like a god. Ito looked at Fry and said. This was not a provocation, but Ito's sincere hope. With the increase of his contact with the Protoss in the Marvel world, Ito increasingly felt that these guys with the name of Protoss were a group of muscles with empty power. They didn't know how to use their own power at all, let alone the orthodox gods in the main world, who could easily evolve their rules and shroud their enemies with their divine domain. So now, Ito has enough vigilance and fear for the Protoss in the Marvel world, except for the gods like Odin and Zeus. He looked down on these lower-level Protoss members. Sometimes he even felt that they were not as good as the mutants. This was also one of the main reasons why he dared to come to the Nine Realms to make trouble even though he had been living on Earth. Of course, it was also because this was the only time he could sneak into the Nine Lands without the help of the Rainbow Bridge and the Divine Domain. I will show you, Fry sneered. Then he raised his arm holding the sword and shouted, Sword of Victory, kill the enemy! The next moment there was a crisp sound, and the long sword in the scabbard flew out of the scabbard, with a bright golden light, like the flying sword in the legend of the Sword Immortal. It went straight to Ito's neck. Moreover, its speed was just like a ray of light. In an instant, it arrived in front of Ito's throat. Boom! Although Ito had expected it, he still underestimated the power of the legendary Sword of Victory, so although the attack of the sword was blocked by the telekinesis barrier he set up in advance, but the huge force transmitted from the sword still made Ito's body uncontrollably leave the ground under the continuous impact of the Sword of Victory. Like a cannonball, it flew out of the corridor in front of the palace and passed through the courtyard outside the corridor. He crashed heavily into the wall of the palace on the opposite side. Boom! The wall cracked, and a large crack the width of a finger spread out. Ito, who was deeply trapped in the wall, raised his arm and grabbed the Sword of Victory that had been attacking his barrier. But the sword of victory seemed to have a mind of its own. It turned into a light and cleverly avoided Sei Ito's grab, then it brought a bright golden light and slashed Sei Ito's body. Boom! Crash! The wall, which was already on the verge of collapse, shook and completely collapsed. But this time, the sword of victory seemed to have learned its lesson. After its attack was blocked, it did not persist. It immediately flew away from Sei Ito, then chose another place to slash at Sei Ito again. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, almost in an instant, Victory's sword turned into a golden brilliance, completely wrapping Ito Sei in it. Humph, that's all there is to it. Seeing that Sei Ito was entangled by the sword of victory, Fry, who believed that he would soon obtain the final victory, said arrogantly, "I overestimated him." But as soon as his voice fell, a change that made his expression change abruptly appeared in front of him. He saw the bright golden light formed by the sword of victory when it flew, then it quickly dissipated, exposing Sei Ito, who was originally wrapped in it. He stretched his arm forward. He tightly grasped the hilt of the sword of victory. No matter how it struggled and trembled, it could not break free from Sei Ito's hand. "How is this possible?" Fry exclaimed in disbelief. "It's a very good artifact. It actually forced me to use transcendence consciousness," Sei Ito said calmly. "The so-called transcendence consciousness. It was a special kind of super-perception. In this state, people generally felt that time had slowed down or stopped. Space became strange, as if they were the center. Many exaggerated things could be done. A more direct example was when Nitro, the president of the Hunters Guild in the world of Hunters, used Guanine Zero. It was an instantaneous state that transcended time and consciousness, which made the Ant King extremely wary. It seemed similar to the application of the time rule, but it was a completely different situation. It was an extreme product of high concentration and then transcendence. At the same time, it was a state that everyone was born with and could only be triggered under extreme circumstances. Obviously, Sei Ito had mastered this power that was comparable to the rule to a certain extent through his own training. Then, Sei Ito waved his left hand and slapped the sword of victory that was still trembling in his hand. In an instant, a ray of light lit up. Rays of light flew out of the void out of thin air. They were like satellites orbiting the earth, spinning around the sword of victory quickly. In the blink of an eye, they weaved into a scabbard of light and tightly wrapped around the sword of victory. Then, the light lit up again, and the sword of victory stopped trembling and became obedient. Sei Ito turned his palm and put away the sword of victory. "Now, it's your turn." Sei Ito, who had sealed the sword of victory, raised his head and smiled at Fry, who was still in shock. "Humph! I can still defeat you without the sword of victory." Fry, who felt that his dignity was being challenged, said angrily. Then, he stomped his feet and his body rushed forward. He raised the scabbard in his hand and slashed at Sei Ito's head like a real sword. Lagu. Seeing the attack coming, Sei Ito did not dodge. He raised his head slightly and looked at Fry, whispering softly. Whoosh! Then, a large amount of water gushed out from the void like a torrent and rushed in front of Fry in the blink of an eye. In the rune language of Norse runes, Lagu represented water. If it was the orthodox Fry in the main world, as a personified god of the warm summer sun and summer rain, he would have mastered all kinds of rules and had many ways to resist. But in the Marvel world, Fry was the same as the other gods. He was a real musclehead and had little control over magic power, so he could not think of a way to deal with it. He could only change from slashing to defending, shrinking his body and blocking with his arms in front of his body. Then, there was a muffled bang. Frey's body flew out at a faster speed and hit the wall of the palace. Bang! However, the torrent did not disappear after the attack. Instead, it rushed toward Fry again. However, being muscular also had its advantages, and that was its resistance to beatings. Therefore, even though the hard walls of the palace had cracked, Fry still felt that there was something wrong with him. He curled up his body and rolled to the side, dodging the torrent's attack. Bang! The torrent hit the wall and made a hole as thick as a person. At this time, the arm standing in the distance gently moved, and the torrent rushing out turned into a dense rain of water arrows in midair, continuing to shoot toward Fry like rain. But just as the rain of arrows was about to hit Fry, an emerald-green magic barrier emerged out of thin air, blocking in front of Fry and blocking all the arrows that were aimed at him. Saito, who was not attacking, turned his head and looked at the sky. He saw that in midair in the palace atrium, a black-haired middle-aged woman, wearing a black dress with a pair of ladylike trousers, had appeared there. She floated in the air and looked down at everything in front of her. Then, the figure of the person fluttered slightly and landed on the ground. Gulwig. Fry, who took the opportunity to get up from the ground, called out. Gulwig, the most powerful witch in the Warner God clan, had powerful magic power. Even if the Asgard clan killed her 3 times with fire and guns, she could still be resurrected, which made the Asgard clan very afraid. It could even be said that the first War of Chaos in Norse mythology officially broke out because the Asgods had brutally killed Gulwig many times. As for which species should be worshipped by humans, it was all ranked below this reason. I didn't expect to disturb you. Saito sighed softly. Gulwig ignored Saito and turned to ask Fry, Your Highness Fry, are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Witch Gulwig, Fry replied politely. Witch Gulwig. At this time, the goddess of grain, Gilder, who had been idling at the side, also came over and greeted Gulwig. It could be seen that Gulwig's status in the Vanir gods was very high. Release Queen Narza's and Princess Freya, as well as Saito, and I can pretend that today's incident never happened. Gulwig turned to look at Saito and said sternly. What? Witch Gulwig, you said that Mother and Freya were also taken away by him. Fry exclaimed when he heard that. Yes. Before coming here, I specially checked the situation in the palace. Although I don't have any evidence, I can basically confirm that the 2 of them have been captured. Gulwig nodded slightly and said softly, Bastard! Hurry up and release my mother and Freya. Fry shouted at Saito after hearing Gulwig's confirmation. What if I say no? Saito looked at Gulwig calmly and said softly, Then I have no choice but to keep you here and use your life to exchange for their freedom, Gulwig said calmly. Come on then. I also want to see how powerful the legendary witches are. Saito laughed loudly. After saying that, he waved his arm, and the water that had been scattered on the ground immediately floated up from the ground, as if summoned by something, forming a vivid and lifelike water dragon in the shape of a divine dragon. It roared and rushed towards Gulwig. Gulwig's expression remained unchanged. She raised one hand, and several magic bullets immediately flew out from her palm to meet the water dragon. Chapter 22:22. Boom! Under the bombardment of the magic bullets, the water dragon exploded into countless water droplets that flew in all directions. Saito grabbed forward with his arm, and the splashing water droplets immediately stopped. Then, with a shake of his arm, the water droplets turned into streaks of azure lightning that shot towards sorceress Gulwig. Lightning bolts shot towards Gulwig's surroundings like arrows. Be careful! Freyr, who knew how powerful Saito was, warned loudly. However, Gulwig ignored him. She drew a green circle in front of her with her right hand and used magic to open up a spatial passage. Then, the azure lightning bolts that flew toward her shot into the spatial passage like birds returning to their nest. As the spatial door closed, they disappeared from the palace's courtyard. Then, Gulwig extended her left hand, and a thick pillar of lightning shot towards Saito like a snake. Saito clenched his right fist and punched forward. The lightning bolt instantly exploded into fragments with a loud boom, scattering into a pile of fine lightning bolts that shot in all directions. Then, with a thought from Sei-Ito, nearly 100 magic arrays of different appearances and powers appeared in the sky, in the courtyard, and on the ground. They came from the elven race and the human world, belonged to the demonic system, and contained orthodox magic routines. Apart from Sei-Ito himself, almost 100 magic arrays appeared in the sky, in the courtyard, and on the ground, enveloping all the members of the Vannas. Seeing this situation, even Sorceress Gulweg's expression couldn't help but change. The next moment, all the magic arrays lit up in unison, shooting out pillars of light, ice crystals, earth spikes, rain of fire, poisonous smoke, and acidic water. They enveloped Gulweg and the other two in the courtyard. Boom! Then, a violent explosion sounded, and a large cloud of colorful lights appeared. A colorful mushroom cloud of magic power rose from the ground, stirring the air. It formed a shock wave that rushed in all directions like a strong gale. Wherever the shock wave passed, branches were bent, flowers and grass were blown away, and beautiful ripples appeared on the surface of the water. As for the curtains hanging from the two palaces, they were making loud noises in the wind, as if they could be torn apart at any time. Crack, crack! But right after that, Sei-Ito felt something tighten beneath his feet. Several dark brown vines as thick as an adult's finger suddenly emerged from the ground. The vines coiled around his feet, and the thorns on the vines were sharp as needles, piercing his body mercilessly. To Sei-Ito's surprise, it pierced through his skin and injected drops of cold liquid into his body. As expected of which Gulweg. Sei-Ito chuckled as he gradually felt a faint numbness spreading from the spot where the vine had pierced him. Then, without Sei-Ito making any movements, the vines coiled around his feet burned out of thin air and were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Then, Sei-Ito turned around and looked at Witch Gulweg, who had appeared behind him without him knowing. Yes, in Sei-Ito's line of sight, there was only Gulweg. Only the Witch Gulweg was present. As for Frere and Gilder, they were nowhere to be found. Where are they? Sei-Ito asked curiously. I sent them to a safe place. Gulweg replied indifferently. At the same time, she shook her 10 fingers and pulled out magical threads that were hard to see with the naked eye. She controlled them and wrapped them around Sei-Ito's body. Sei-Ito, who was standing still, smiled at Gulweg. He disappeared from the spot in an instant. Gulweg's expression changed, and she paid close attention to her surroundings to guard against Sei-Ito's sneak attack. But she had to be on guard. She ignored what was beneath her feet. All of a sudden, Gulweg felt a tightness around her ankle. Her body sank into the ground uncontrollably, and in the blink of an eye, only her head was left outside. Gulweg, who knew that she was in danger, didn't dare to hesitate. She immediately used her magical power to support an energy barrier outside her body. Only then did she divert a bit of her attention to control magic and spells to expel the soil so that she could regain her freedom. However, before she could really take action, a gray ray of light suddenly flew and landed on the mana shield outside her body. With a crisp pop, the mana shield outside her body exploded into a pile of chaotic magic energy without an owner. It was the advanced magical disintegration that Sei-Ito hadn't used since he learned it. Gulweg, who was hit by the magical explosion, felt a sharp pain in her head, and a nauseating feeling arose in her heart. But immediately, this nauseating feeling was replaced by an even more intense pain. With a muffled bang, Sei-Ito, who had appeared in front of Gulweg at some point in time, kicked Gulweg's forehead heavily. A powerful force poured into Gulweg's head almost instantly, shaking her brain lobes and causing her consciousness to become completely chaotic. At this moment, Sei-Ito, who had created an opportunity, didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately sent the powerless Gulweg into the Rubik's Cube world. Phew, finally settled another one. But it's a pity that two escape. Sei-Ito sighed softly after finishing off Gulweg. Then, with a thought, the power in his body evolved into a thunderbolt filled with the aura of chaos, which rapidly blasted towards his calf along Jing Luo. It turned out that although Sei-Ito looked fine on the surface, the witchcraft that Gulwig had cast on him was still effective. It was constantly spreading, expanding, and paralyzing his muscles. Fortunately, the toughness, resistance, and strength of his body were incomparable to that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, if it were a god of this world, their legs would have been paralyzed and they wouldn't be able to move, becoming a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Boom! The next moment, a muffled thunder suddenly sounded from Sei-Ito's calf. At the same time, a powerful explosive force was released, shattering the trousers on Sei-Ito's leg that had been shredded into tatters by Sei-Ito's light tornado. However, under this internal thunderbolt, the witchcraft energy that Gulwig had left in Sei-Ito's body was completely dispersed. Under the impact of the power in Sei-Ito's body, the energy was excreted through his pores. Then, with a flip of his palm, Sei-Ito took out a new set of clean clothes from the Rubik's Cube world, and changed into them using instant transmission. Now, it's time to track down those two fish that escaped the net. Sei-Ito muttered to himself, refreshed. Having said that, with a thought, he unscrupulously released his boundless divine sense and began a large-scale scan of Vanaheim like a high-frequency radar. The reason Sei-Ito was so arrogant this time was entirely because the power displayed by the Vanaheim Protoss was too weak. It was so weak that Sei-Ito almost lost his last bit of fear. In addition, there were only 2 or 3 kittens left, and 2 of them were confirmed to be no threat. Therefore, Sei-Ito was too lazy to be cautious and directly showed off his muscles. Under the thorough scanning of Sei-Ito's divine sense, a palace located in the depths of the sea next to the Vanaheim Protoss city was soon reflected in his mind through his divine sense. The figures of Frere, Gilder, and another shirtless middle-aged man with a big blue beard appeared in his mind. Humph! The bearded man who sensed the power of the divine sense snorted coldly. He shielded himself from Sei-Ito's divine sense and unceremoniously stabbed back. Kneel, ha! Sei-Ito, who felt his divine sense being shaken and even his own head tingling slightly, chuckled softly and softly chanted the other party's name. Immediately, he retracted his divine sense and teleported over according to the spatial location that he had previously sensed. The next moment, Sei-Ito's figure flashed and appeared directly above the sea where the palace was located. "Neil, I'm here," Sei-Ito said loudly. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the sea beneath Sei-Ito's feet split open under the action of an invisible force, forming a huge round hole with a diameter of nearly 3 kilometers. The silt at the bottom of the sea was visible, revealing the palace that existed in it. Immediately after, a round disk about 5 meters in diameter shot out from the palace below. The bald man with a blue beard and a bare upper body that Sei-Ito had previously seen in the divine sense flew into the air and stopped in front of Sei-Ito. "Finally, I've met a guy who looks a little like a god." Sei-Ito sized Neil up and smiled. Although he still suspected that he was borrowing the technology of the Vanir gods, just the way he separated the sea and revealed the land at the beginning was enough to show that Neil was different from the ordinary members of the Vanir gods. He was much more like a true god than they were. "Why are you attacking the Vanir gods?" Neil stared coldly at Sei-Ito and asked in a deep voice. "Didn't Fry tell you? Then I'll say it again. I want to wipe out the Vanir gods in one fell swoop," Sei-Ito replied with a smile. "Why?" Neil asked again. "Because I need your power to strengthen my people." Sei-Ito slowly put away the smile on his face and calmly looked at Neil. "But I can guarantee that you won't die. You'll only become powerless ordinary people. You want to steal the power of a god. You deserve to die." Neil was so angry that he started laughing. "I knew it. In the end, we still have to fight. I hope you won't be as weak as your son, Fry," Sei-Ito said softly. "Bastard. Fry could hear the conversation on the surface of the sea through the magic formation in the palace and see the people on the surface. He clenched his fists and cursed angrily. "Humph!" Neil snorted coldly and waved his hand at Saito. In an instant, an exaggeratedly huge tide suddenly rose from the sea below, twisting and turning into a huge drill with blue and white splashes, stabbing at Ito-sei in front at high speed. Chapter 22-23. P.S. Thank you to Into the Sky for your precious vote and to Frenetic Lunatic for your tip. Boom! The huge blue and white drill formed by the seawater heavily collided with a spherical shield that appeared out of thin air. As if it had encountered a hard reef, the seawater abruptly parted in the middle, splitting into two waves of water that were about the same size. They split off from the left and right sides of the shield, and after rushing out for a distance, they crashed back into the seawater with a loud bang. Boom! Wallalalala! I'll leave him to you, Saito, who was inside the shield, turned his head and said to Hellable, who was summoned by him. Yes, sir, Hellable lowered his head and replied in a deep voice. Then, the two separated and Hellable went up against Nold, who also had the sea god attribute. Saito, on the other hand, flashed and appeared above the palace under the sea. He was blocked by the quantum energy shield that enveloped the palace. Saito, who was floating in front of the energy shield, hooked the 5 fingers of his right hand and turned them into the shape of a beast's claw. Then, he waved it from top to bottom. 5 pale blue energy rays instantly appeared in the space where his fingers passed through. They cut the energy shield like real blades. Then, there was a strange creaking sound and 5 cracks appeared on the energy shield. At this time, Saito, who had several cracks on the energy shield, moved and entered the shield. He appeared in front of the palace and walked into the palace according to the memory he obtained from his previous exploration. After a while, he appeared in front of Fry and his wife, Gilder. Hello, we meet again. Saito smiled at the two of them. Damn it! Fry, who saw Saito, gritted his teeth and cursed in anger. Then, he turned around and immediately ran to the side. He took down a decorative spear from the wall of the palace. Go to hell! Fry, who had a weapon in his hand, shouted angrily and rushed toward Saito. Your valiance is commendable, but unfortunately you chose the wrong opponent. Saito sighed softly. Then, he reached out and grabbed the front end of Frey's spear in his hand. He pulled back his arm and Frey's body immediately rushed toward Saito uncontrollably. At the same time, Saito raised his arm and punched Frey's cheek. Bang! Crash! Under the impact of the huge force, Frey's body quickly flew to one side and knocked over the decorations in the palace. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. Saito, with a twist of his wrist, he threw the spear in his hand and threw it toward Fry. The spear in his hand. With the support of Ito-sei's power, the spear turned into a black lightning, with a clear sound, instantly appeared in front of Fry, and pierced his shoulder. The spear tip penetrated his flesh and nailed to the ground. Bang! Bang! Ah! Fry, who was injured, immediately screamed. But Fry was a brave warrior after all, and after the initial stimulation, he didn't hesitate. After the initial shock, he immediately shut his mouth and turned around. He grabbed the spear with his other hand and pulled it out with all his might. Ah! Bang! The long spear was forcibly pulled out by Fry and held in his hand. Then, he got up with sweat all over his forehead and stared at Saito, who was walking toward him step by step with hatred. Don't play with him anymore. Please give him a quick death. At this moment, Gilder, who had not spoken since Saito came in, suddenly spoke. Gilder! Before Saito could answer, Fry, who felt that his dignity had been tarnished, immediately roared. Gilder ignored Fry. He only looked at Saito with his clear blue eyes and waited for his answer. It seems that your marriage is not a bad one, but it doesn't seem to be a good one either. Seito looked at the beautiful and valiant Gilder with interest and chuckled. In myths and legends, there was a legend that Fry forced Gilder to agree to marry him through threats. Although Marvel's world did not necessarily follow the content of myths and legends to arrange interpersonal relationships, they still respected the original in some small details. Gilder still did not speak. She continued to look at Seito with a calm gaze. Ah! At this moment, Fry, who was burning with anger, roared and stabbed Seito's chest with his spear. Although Seito was distracted by talking, most of his attention was still on Fry. He did not panic. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Fry. He gently placed his palm on the back of Frey's head. With a gentle push of his palm, a dizziness and nausea immediately appeared in Frey's mind. His vision became blurry and he lost control of his body. Then, with a thought, Seito put the powerless Fry into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he turned around and looked at Gilder, who was not far away. "Do it," Gilder said softly. "You're really calm. You don't have the fiery temper of the giants in my impression." Seito said in surprise. "Not every giant is a warrior who likes to fight," Gilder said. "But under the premise that their lives are at stake, no one will easily give up on resisting unless that person is looking for death. And obviously, you're not that kind of person." Seito walked around the palace decorations on the ground and said to Gilder, "Because I will follow you and become your woman." As she spoke, Gilder raised her hands and pulled off the straps of her long dress on her shoulders. Her clothes fell to the ground along her smooth skin, revealing her perfect body. "As a powerful expert, you should disdain to go back on your words. I heard that Gulvig's other name is Amdal. Is that true?" Seito looked at Gilder's body with admiration, and suddenly asked without warning, "Amdal, the female giant, Giant Gimmer's wife. Gilder's mother." Gilder's pupils shrank when she heard this, but she did not speak. But even so, Seito still got the answer he wanted to know from the subtle changes in her expression. "Amdal was the witch Gulvig, Loki's lover. No wonder you're so calm and rational. You don't have the violent temper and character of an ordinary giant." Seito looked at Gilder with a faint smile and said, "Now let me guess. Are you planning to use some time to gain my trust, then find a way to find Gulvig, Fry, Freya, Narthus, and Skirnir to rescue them? If everything goes well, are you planning to assassinate me between the bed and the floor? I have to say, you're so bold that you're even willing to contribute your own body." Then, without waiting for Gilder to speak, Itose continued, "Are you afraid?" Gilder looked at Seito with a mocking expression and tried to provoke him. "Provocation doesn't work on me," Seito said with a chuckle. "You're just afraid. If that's the case, then pretend I didn't say anything and capture me too," Gilder said with a mocking and disdainful expression on her face. "As you wish," Seito said with a smile. With a thought, he sent the naked Gilder into the Rubik's Cube world and imprisoned him together with Freya, who was also naked. Then, Seito's figure flashed. He disappeared from the palace without any hesitation and appeared above the sea, watching the battle between Niold and Hellebel from above. Both Niold and Hellebel were sea gods, and the power to control the sea water was instinctive. Therefore, the way the two fought could be said to be almost the same. They both used their power to control the sea water, forming all kinds of huge waves, beasts, and strange weapons to bombard each other. The scene was spectacular and powerful. Ever since the start of the battle between the two of them, violent booms had never stopped on the surface of the sea. However, the two of them fought openly, but the creatures in the surrounding sea water created a huge mess. They were either killed by the impact of the seawater or blasted into minced meat when the two sides clashed. Some were even turned into cooked fish under Hellebel's control of the water temperature and floated on the surface of the sea. However, it was also because of this that Hellebel's mastery over her sea god's power quickly improved as they clashed. As a result, The momentum and might of her attacks became even greater and more majestic, gradually suppressing Nold's attacks. Knowing that he would probably lose if this continued, Niold's expression changed. He immediately used his power to create a towering wave wall that was 100 meters tall and crashed toward Hellebel. Then, the disk under his feet fluttered and flew to the top of the wave wall. Like a surfer, he rode on the wave wall and rushed toward the enemy. After a period of battle, Hellebel, who had long gotten used to this kind of battle, didn't change her expression. She swung the Emperor Mermaid Queen in her hand horizontally, and an extremely wide beam of light in the shape of a flat wave gushed out. It instantly pierced the 100-meter wave wall under Niold's feet and split it horizontally in half. The upper half of the seawater that had lost its momentum surged forward for a moment before it fell back to the surface of the sea with a bang, stirring up a large white splash. Niold didn't care about the waves under his feet. Instead, he rushed toward Hellebel at an even faster speed with the disk under his feet. The oar-like weapon in his hand was swung horizontally at Hellebel's body. It was clear that Niold, who felt that he might not be a match for Hellebel in strength, was ready to show off his muscles. But what he didn't know was that as a void, Hellebel wasn't afraid of melee combat. Hellebel's figure flashed, and she appeared behind Niold in a flash. She raised the Emperor Mermaid Queen in her hand, infused it with a tremendous amount of divine power, and swung her arm down at Niold. In an instant, a huge crescent-shaped blade appeared and landed on Niold's back. Bang! Niold, who couldn't defend himself in time, was immediately hit. Scarlet blood sprayed out of his body as his body was sent flying uncontrollably. Hellebel's attack didn't stop. She swung the Emperor Mermaid Queen in her hand backwards, and several huge water pillars with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters instantly rose from the surface of the sea. One after another, the water pillars crashed into Niold and the disk under his feet, sending him flying into the air. Niold, who was hit by the water pillars, trembled. A large whirlwind suddenly appeared around his body and wrapped around him as he hovered in the air. It was the power of wind that Niold had mastered in addition to the power of sea and water. Of course, if he really respected the original owner of the Marvel world, then he should also have the power of fire in addition to the power of sea and wind. Seeing this, Hellebel stopped, wanting to see what tricks Niold had up his sleeve. Here we go again. Looks like I still have to say something. Ito, who saw Hellebel stop, raised his hand to his forehead and sighed helplessly in a low voice. This was one of Hellebel's bad habits. In other words, this was a bad habit that many of his subordinates had. After gaining a certain advantage, if the enemy used a new move, they would subconsciously stop. They wanted to see what tricks the enemy had up his sleeves. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, they would use a powerful attack to finish off the enemy. And this was one of the things that Ito hated the most. One must know that the great villains in TV and anime often failed, and even lost their lives because of this bad habit. That was why Ito emphasized more than once in the Rubik's Cube world that if they gained the upper hand, they should disregard everything else and kill the enemy first. Therefore, after such a long lecture, most of his subordinates had gotten rid of this bad habit of looking at the enemy's trump card. But he didn't expect that today, in this place, Hellebel would actually act up in front of him. Hellebel! Ito condensed his voice into a line and sent it into Hellebel's ears. Hellebel's heart skipped a beat when he heard Ito's call. He suddenly recalled what Ito had said and his expression stiffened. He didn't dare to waste any more time. He immediately swung his sword and scooped up a large mass of seawater from the sea below, condensed it at the tip of his sword, and adjusted the temperature of the water to steam it. Then, under the compression of the azure blade cannon, it turned into a torrent that shot toward Niold in the air. The torrent pierced through space and arrived in front of Niold in an instant. The oar in Niold's hand spun at a high speed like a propeller, stirring up the air and creating a horizontal, rapid tornado that collided with the torrent that Hellebel shot at him. Boom! The water splashed and turned into water droplets that filled the sky, falling like rain towards the surface of the sea. Similarly, the tornado also exploded under the impact of the torrent, forming several chaotic torrents that flew in all directions. At this moment, Hellebel dashed forward and appeared in front of Niold in an instant. Chapter 22-24. Clang. The blade came crashing down and clashed with Nold's raised oar. The two of them began to compete with each other. Sparks flew out from where the blades and oars clashed. Then, Niold raised his foot and kicked at Hellebel's abdomen. Hellebel dodged and appeared behind Niold. He swung his sword again, and in order to increase the power of his attack, he even infused his sword with divine energy. Sensing the danger behind him, a whirlwind appeared around Niord's body and propelled him forward like the propulsion of a jet. The long saber missed, and the golden blade of divine power shot straight into the distance. However, Hellebel was not discouraged after his attack missed. With a gentle wave of his left hand, a dozen waterspouts suddenly emerged from the surface of the sea below. Like a dozen water dragons, they intertwined and coiled around each other before biting at Nold in midair. Nold, who was about to be caught by the waterspouts, swung his oar back and forth, creating several huge crescent-shaped wind blades that cut through the waterspouts and sliced them into several pieces. The waterspouts turned into puddles of liquid and fell back to the sea. Thump, 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 thump. But then, a gigantic white sand fish that was over 100 meters long and tens of meters wide jumped out of the sea. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and swallowed Nold in one gulp. Then, without waiting for the water sand fish to fall back, the entire water sand fish suddenly exploded with a loud boom, turning into water droplets that filled the sky and shot out in all directions like powerful arrows. Wallalala! Nold, who was at the center of the explosion, was instantly blasted away by the sudden explosion. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a pained expression. Hellebel, who had completed the series of attacks, moved his feet and quickly chased after Nold. He finally arrived at Nold's side before he fell into the sea. He swung his great sword and slashed at Nold's back. Splat! Blood splattered everywhere. A gash that went through Nold's upper body appeared on his body, forming a big X when it connected with the wound on his chest. Humph! Niord let out a muffled groan as his body plummeted towards the sea below. But right after that, a wave of seawater quickly rose from the sea below and caught Nold's body midway. Then, the middle part of the seawater began to sink, causing the surrounding water to rise into the air and fuse into a huge water ball. It wrapped around Nold tightly. From the looks of it, it's very similar to the water prison jutsu. Of course, Nold wasn't willing to be caught by Hellebel. After the initial pain and numbness, Nold immediately stood up from the water prison after regaining control of his body. He furiously waved the oar in his hand, creating a gust of wind that slammed against the water walls of the water prison, leaving protruding marks on the water walls. But no matter how hard he whipped, the water prison was like rubber with no upper limit. It didn't shatter at all, and still firmly imprisoned him in the center. At this time, seeing that the battle was almost over, Seito moved and appeared next to the water prison. With a point of his finger, the entire water prison immediately turned into a huge ice ball amidst a series of cracking noises. In the blink of an eye, it had frozen Nold's body. Then Seito moved his mind. He put away the ice ball. After doing all this, Seito turned around. He looked at Hellebel on the side. "I'm sorry, sir." Hellebel bowed her head and apologized. "I'll let it go this time. I hope this kind of thing won't happen again in the future." Itosei did not immediately accept Hellebel's apology. Instead, he looked at her quietly for a while until the latter's expression became a little reserved. Then, he spoke in a flat tone. "Yes, sir." Hellebel responded with a solemn expression. Seito nodded slightly and changed the topic. How do you feel about this battle? What do you mean, sir? Hellebel asked in return. Your feelings and the feelings Nold gave you, Seito said. It feels a little strange. Hellebel thought for a while and said, Nold clearly has great strength and the ability to control the water, but the way he uses it is very crude. Many of the attacks that could be achieved with a small amount of strength, he used a lot of strength, and the effect wasn't as strong as expected. The same goes for the power of the wind at the back. He also used a lot of strength to create the effect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to trap him so easily. Then do you know why it's like this? Seito asked with a smile. Is it the rules? Hellebel lowered her head and pondered for a while. Then, she looked up at Seito with uncertainty. Yes, it's the rules. Seito smiled. Nold may be the god of the sea, god of the wind, and god of summer of the Vanir gods in this world, but he's different from you. He doesn't have a divinity, nor does he have a specific divine title. He only has a divine soul, divine power, and divine body, and he doesn't know how to comprehend or think about the origin of power. He only knows how to use the power he was born with. So, although he looks very powerful and seems to be much stronger than you, he's still lost to you. So, don't learn from him and rely on your instincts to fight. You have to comprehend the rules more. Seito then turned to look at Hellebel and reminded. I understand, sir, Hellebel said sincerely. All right, go back and comprehend the gains of this battle. Seito chuckled. With that, he sent Hellebel back into the Rubik's Cube world with a thought, and then summoned Amola again. Seito reached out and pulled Amora, who had fallen into the sea due to gravity, into his arms. Take me to Asgard. Seito looked at Amora in his arms and said softly. Okay, first, we have to go back to the Vanir courtyard. Amora's eyes shrank when she heard that. She looked deeply at Seito with shock in her heart and nodded in agreement. Seito, who had received the order, did not hesitate and teleported with Amora back to the Vanir divine city that was already in chaos. Go there. Amora instructed again. Seito nodded and moved in the direction she pointed with Amora in his arms. Left, right, forward. After walking for a while under Amora's guidance, the familiar cross-realm teleportation circle once again appeared in front of Seito. This is the portal to Asgard. Amora said. Is there anything else you want to say? Seito turned to look at Amora and asked. No. Amora smiled faintly. Okay. Seito shrugged indifferently and sent Amora back to Thor's side. Then, he stepped into the teleportation circle, mobilized his power to the magic circle under his feet, and began to activate the magic circle. After consuming about 1/30 of his power, the familiar blue magic light once again appeared behind Seito, forming a cross-realm passage and swallowing Seito in one breath. The next moment, somewhere in the world of Asgard far away from Vanaheim, accompanied by the appearance of a blue portal, Seito's figure stepped out of it. Seito looked around and saw a beautiful starry sky and a wide river that connected the vast universe at both ends. A long crystal bridge about 8 meters wide and glowing with colorful light stood across the river. One end was connected to a huge round castle that looked like the upper half of a tank that had been magnified dozens of times, and the other end was connected to a group of gorgeous palaces that were full of the rough style of the Vikings. On the other side of the palaces, which was the part of the land under Seito's feet, a group of humans lived in a scattered manner, like tenant farmers, cultivating food and vegetation on the vast and rich land outside the palaces. A spacious dirt road led straight into the distance. Seito, who had roughly observed the situation in Asgard, withdrew his gaze and moved toward the palaces in the distance. Almost at the moment Seito moved toward the palaces, the one-eyed old man sitting on the throne, Odin, opened his one eye and shouted, "Guards! At your command, your majesty!" 2 guards pushed the door open and walked into the hall, came to the bottom of the throne, knelt on one knee with their right hand on their chest, and bowed their heads respectfully. "Go sound the alarm and get all the warriors ready, the enemy is here," Odin said in a deep voice. "Yes, your majesty," the two guards responded loudly. Then they stood up, turned around, and left the palace. "No matter who you are, since you dare to hurt my child, I will make you pay the price." Odin turned his head to look at the wall on the side of the palace, his turbid one eye looking into the distance as if it could pierce through space, and said in a deep voice. After about half a minute, a huge bell rang in the sky above the palaces. Hearing the alarm, all the Asgard warriors were stunned and immediately stopped their entertainment activities, put on their equipment, and gathered in the main hall of the royal family where Odin was. A moment later, all the Protoss appeared in the main hall, and their eyes fell on Odin who was sitting on the throne. "What's going on? Why did you sound the bell?" At this moment, Odin's graceful wife, Freyja, asked. "The enemy is here," Odin said calmly. Then, Odin looked at the many male and female Protoss standing below and said, "My dear children, go and bring the enemy back." "Your Majesty, who is the enemy?" Balder, the god of light, asked. "It's him." As Odin spoke, he pointed the golden scepter in his hand forward, and a magical mirror of light was instantly created. The light lit up, and the figure of Sei Ito who was walking toward the palace appeared. Chapter 22-25. A human? A human? Looking at the Sei Ito that appeared on the screen, the Protoss members present whispered in unison. They really did not expect that there was only one enemy who could make Odin order to ring the bell, and it looked like an ordinary human. "Your Majesty, who is he?" the honest Balder asked. "His name is Chin, a human from Earth," Odin replied calmly. "It's really a human. How is that possible? Is it necessary for a human to ring the bell?" Hearing Odin's confirmation, the discussion of the Protoss members immediately became more intense. "Silence!" Odin shouted in a deep voice. Although they were full of doubts about today's events, Odin's majesty had long been deeply rooted in their hearts. Therefore, after Odin's voice fell, all the Protoss members immediately quieted down and their eyes fell on Odin. "Are you wondering why I would ring the bell for a mere human?" Odin said calmly. "Then I'll tell you." Odin suddenly stood up from the throne and said, "It's this person who captured Saul and Heve. Not long ago, he destroyed the entire Vanir Protoss." "How is that possible?" As soon as these words came out, all the Protoss members' faces showed a look of disbelief. "Heimdall saw it with his own eyes," Odin said in a deep voice. In an instant, the expressions of the Protoss members present froze, and the scene suddenly quieted down. However, it was also clear that the name Heimdall was important in the hearts of the Asgard members present. Heimdall, the god of light and the god of dawn in Norse mythology. At the same time, he was also the god of protection and the god of gatekeeping. He specialized in guarding the gate of Asgard and preventing evil from invading the world of Asgard. His origin was very mysterious. Some legends said that he was the son of Odin, but others said that he was the child of Angel, the god of the sea, and the goddess of the 9 waves. He had clairvoyance, and his strength was so strong that even if he stood in front of the Bifrost Rainbow Bridge, the real entrance of Asgard, he could still hear the sounds and scenes from any place in the 9 realms. In terms of strength, he was on par with Saul or even stronger. Most importantly, he was loyal and honest to Odin. His level of integrity was comparable to that of Balder, the god of light. Therefore, he had a very high reputation and prestige among the Askans. "Now, in the name of the King of Gods, I command you to capture the enemy." Odin commanded again when he saw that the gods had fallen silent. "Yes, sir." The Protoss members replied in unison. Then, all the gods turned around and left the hall, disappearing into the corridor behind the hall door. Odin, who had watched the gods retreat, sat back on his throne and sighed deeply. Freyja walked to Odin's side and reached out to hold his hand, comforting him silently. Everything will be fine. Odin turned his head when he felt his hand being grabbed. Looking at his concerned wife, Freya said softly, "And he will pay the price for his reckless behavior." After saying that, Odin shifted his gaze back to the light-transmitting magic mirror. "I know," Freya said softly. "Have I been discovered? I don't know if Odin will come personally or send his subordinates to suppress me later." The moment Odin created the light-transmitting magic mirror in the hall, Seito, who had sensed that he was being watched, raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought to himself, and he didn't know if it was because he was in Asgard, but Seito found it difficult to even block the other party's surveillance, so he could only let the feeling of being watched continue to exist. But this feeling of being watched all the time is very satisfying, Seito muttered in a low voice. It was like a man taking a bath in a bathhouse while another man kept staring at his body. Any normal person would feel uncomfortable all over. Of course, if the person being watched had some kind of hobby, another person would be attracted to it. Fortunately, soon, another matter attracted most of Seito's attention, so he no longer had the mood to care about the feeling of being watched. In front of him, in front of the gate of the divine city where the Asgods lived, a group of well-trained soldiers suddenly galloped out of the city on Pegasi. Under the lead of several male gods, they quickly galloped towards Seito. And because the Pegasi were mounted on Pegasi, the need for the opposite side's grip when running was very low, so even though the number of knights was quite large, they still didn't raise any dust. It looked very environmentally friendly. Are you going to use a large force to suppress me? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Seito sneered as he looked at the Pegasus cavalry rushing towards him. Then, without seeing him do anything, dozens of flat-headed cylinders as thick as a person's thigh suddenly burst out from the ground under the Pegasus cavalry and hit the Pegasi's soft abdomen and raised legs, sending the Pegasi and their riders into the air and making them fall heavily to the ground. Rattle, ah! People flew, horses flipped over, and the horses and people screamed in pain together. In just one moment, the cavalry team, which originally had as many as 100 people, lost more than half of its members under the attack of the cylinders, leaving only a few lucky people with complete men and horses. But before these people could rejoice, a dense thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air above the heads of the knights. With a crackling sound, it fell on the knights like rain. Ah! Then, more intense screams echoed in the sky outside the city of Asgard, making the gods and warriors who came out of the city behind them timid and lose their initial momentum. At this time, Seito flashed forward and suddenly appeared above the knights. With a thought, he put the Pegasi, who couldn't resist, and the knights, who were numb with electricity, into the Rubik's Cube world and imprisoned them. Human! Go to hell! Among the surviving knights, a muscular man who looked like a god jumped up from the ground and shouted while waving the big sword in his hand towards Seito's body. In the face of this sudden attack, Seito did not panic. His right hand clenched into a fist and punched in the air. A faintly visible air ball flew out in front of his fist and landed on the attacker's chest. Boom! The mass of chi exploded, releasing a majestic force that instantly sent the attacker flying. On the side, another handsome man with long, soft golden hair and deep facial features that seemed to have been carved by a sculptor waved one hand and created a high-speed flying tornado out of thin air, which quickly shrouded Seito's body. Itosei, who was in the middle of the tornado, was continuously cut by the blade-like wind blades inside the tornado. His body shook, and a powerful energy burst out from his body. With a bang sound, the tornado exploded, forming a shock wave that rushed out in all directions. Then Seito stretched out his hand and the man's body flew uncontrollably in front of Seito. However, after the initial shock, the man quickly calmed down and rushed forward. His fists were wrapped in a powerful tornado as he punched towards Seito's chest. Seito's figure flashed and appeared behind the man. He raised his right foot high and smashed down hard on the man's back. Boom! The golden-haired man's body shook violently. He crashed into the ground like a meteor with a painful expression on his face, creating a 3-meter crater on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. At this time, the sword-wielding man who was sent flying by Sei-Ito rushed back to Sei-Ito's side. He waved the big sword in his hand again and again, creating a cold light that enveloped Sei-Ito's vital parts. The timing was very accurate. It happened to be the moment when Sei-Ito completed his attack and changed his movement. If it was an ordinary person, it would be very difficult for them to dodge his fierce attack at this time. Unfortunately, his opponent was Sei-Ito. In midair, Sei-Ito's figure flashed and left an illusion for the man to destroy. Sei-Ito himself appeared behind the sword-wielding man. He stretched out his palms and pressed them against the sword-wielding man's back. The force of his palms shot out and instantly affected the sword-wielding man's body. Then, the sword-wielding man felt a tightness in his chest, and his body staggered forward and fell forward. At this time, the golden-haired man's figure reappeared. Wrapped in a whirlwind, he appeared in front of Sei-Ito in an instant. He opened his mouth and his arms tightly wrapped around Sei-Ito's body like a bunch of big pliers. He flew with him towards the city of Adh, ready to mix with the other members of the Protoss who were rushing over from behind. But this way, his body was exposed to Sei-Ito's sight. And Sei-Ito did not let him down. He used his fingers like knives and slashed the golden-haired man's neck on both sides. Bang! The golden-haired man felt a shock in his head, and his consciousness became dizzy. Sei-Ito, who realized that the golden-haired man was not knocked out, covered his ears with his palms. The force of his palms shot out again, and another force blasted into the golden-haired man's head. This time, the golden-haired man was not lucky and completely fainted. The golden-haired man's arms loosened slightly and gradually fell to the ground. But Sei-Ito immediately grabbed his collar and put him into the Rubik's Cube world. But at this time, Sei-Ito was also pushed by the golden-haired man into the midst of the other Protoss who had rushed out of the city of Adh. Seeing that there was a chance to attack, the Protoss did not hesitate. They used magic, close combat, or arrows to attack Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito, who could not dodge for the time being, was not nervous. With a thought, he supported a telekinetic barrier outside his body and blocked the attacks of the Protoss. Chapter 22-26 P.S. Thank you to Lifetime for your precious monthly vote. Boom! The magic hair glowed brightly, and the blinding light blocked Sei-Ito's vision. However, this did not affect Ito-Sei's actions. His figure flashed and split into a dozen identical clones. He used instant transmission to appear behind the members of the Asus clan who were besieging him. They attacked the members of the Asus clan in front of him with fists, palms, fire, and thunder. Boom! After a loud noise, all the members of the Asgard clan were sent flying. However, Ito-Sei was not going to let them off. He immediately chased after them and used the most violent method to attack the members of the Asus clan like a violent storm. In just a moment, several members of the Asgard clan who were not good at fighting were knocked unconscious by the fierce attacks. They were then stored in the Rubik's Cube world by Sei-Ito. Then, Yusho's shadow clone turned around and joined the rest of the members of the Asgard clan. After a while, the last members of the Asgard clan and the Valkyrie warriors were all knocked out, following in the footsteps of the others. In this way, except for the blonde sword-wielding Adonis, Odin, Freyja, and the few female members of the Asgard clan who were fighting on the city wall, all the Asgard clan who could fight were captured by Sei-Ito. "Ah! I'm going to kill you!" At this time, the blonde sword-wielding Adonis who was running over roared when he saw that his compatriots had disappeared. He jumped up high, held his sword with both hands, and slashed down at Sei-Ito's head with a force that could split Mount Hua. Sei-Ito, who had turned back into a human, raised his head and pointed at the sky with a calm expression. A bright bolt of lightning suddenly flew out from the tip of his finger. It hit the blonde sword-wielding Adonis' chest like a silver arrow. Crackle, crackle, the blonde sword-wielding Adonis' body shook and immediately fell backward. Bang! The blonde sword-wielding Adonis landed on the ground. It raised a small cloud of dust. Then, Seito stretched out his hand and grabbed the air in front of him. The blonde sword-wielding Adonis, whose body was still flickering with electricity, immediately flew up uncontrollably. When it arrived in front of Seito, its neck coincidentally fell into Seito's palm. Seito grabbed it tightly. Speaking of which, who are you? Seito looked at the Jinfa sword-wielding Adonis with great interest. The latter was unyielding. He directly opened his mouth and spat thick phlegm on Ito-sei's face. The phlegm shot towards Seito's face like an arrow. Seito tilted his head slightly and the phlegm flew past his ear. Fell to the ground behind. Since you don't want to cooperate, then forget it. I don't need to know who you are, Seito said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of electricity rushed out from his palm and crawled across the blonde sword-wielding Adonis' body. In the blink of an eye, it covered the blonde sword-wielding Adonis' entire body. The blonde sword-wielding Adonis endured the pain and did not allow himself to scream. But his body began to twitch violently, uncontrollably. Not long after, he could no longer withstand the electric shock. He completely fainted. Seeing that the blonde sword-wielding Adonis had passed out, Seito had a thought and put him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he turned around and looked at the city wall at the top of the gate of the Ask Divine City. At this time, there was a man wearing golden armor and holding a slender golden staff. He was burly and had white hair. But an old man with only one eye was standing at the top of the city wall. He looked coldly at Seito, who was below the city wall. Next to him, there were several other goddesses whose appearances ranged from middle-aged to young. You're finally willing to come out, Odin, Seito said softly as he raised his head slightly and looked into Odin's eyes. Let them go, and I can spare you the death penalty, Odin said softly. They are my bargaining chips. I can't let them go just because you said so. Seito chuckled. Do you think I won't kill you just like that? Odin sneered. No, as the god of war who used force to conquer the 9 lands, you, Odin, won't compromise so easily. But their existence will also give you some consideration, won't it? Before I can be sure that I can defeat you, I won't let them go. Seito smiled. You're playing with fire. Odin narrowed his remaining eye and said in a low voice. You're right. I'm playing with fire. Seito's expression was slightly restrained as he said softly. Humph. Odin snorted angrily as his body gently floated over the city wall and landed on the ground. Get ready to bear the wrath of the gods, Odin declared. After saying that, he waved his arm and a blue lightning suddenly flew out from the scepter in his hand and hit Seito. In the movie, he had seen with his own eyes how the light released by this scepter turned the frost giant Laufey into dust. He didn't dare to hesitate as his body moved to the side and avoided the lightning. The lightning that shuttled through the air burned the air and left a faint trace. At this moment, Odin's figure suddenly appeared in front of Seito. The scepter in his hand stirred the air and smashed towards his head. Seito's foot slipped and came to the back of Odin's left side. However, Odin seemed to have expected this. He suddenly stopped the scepter in the air and swung it horizontally towards Seito's body. Seito's figure flashed and left Odin's side. At the same time, he raised his hand and a bolt of lightning flew in front of Odin. Odin clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the bolt of lightning flying towards him. Boom! The bolt of lightning exploded and turned into dozens of small bolts of lightning of different lengths that flew in all directions. As expected of Odin. You're worthy of my caution, Ito said softly. I didn't expect a person like you to appear on this small earth. Odin said in a deep voice as he straightened his body and placed his scepter on the ground. Your information is too outdated. Earth is no longer the desolate world it used to be, Ito said with a smile. But that's not something you can rely on to provoke the dignity of the Protoss. Odin said coldly. Protoss? To be honest, you don't give me the feeling of being Protoss at all. Ito said with a slightly mocking expression. Don't worry. I'll let you know what a real Protoss is. Odin said proudly. After that, he heavily knocked the scepter in his hand on the ground, and an invisible shock wave instantly spread out with the scepter as the center. In the blink of an eye, the shock wave reached Ito's feet and shook the ground. Thick rocks were lifted and Ito was sent flying into the air. Then, Odin raised his scepter again and shot out several bolts of lightning. Ito, who was in the air, flashed and appeared behind Odin. The heavenly sword suddenly appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Odin's back. Bang! Sparks flew, and the heavenly sword's blade was blocked by Odin's golden armor. Odin grabbed with his hand, and Ito felt the air around him suddenly solidify, forming a solid wall. He was tightly confined in the middle, waiting for Odin to grab him. Ito, who felt the strange situation around him, raised his eyebrows. He drew a sword flower with the heavenly sword in his hand and turned it around to stab at Odin's big hand. Odin closed his palms and clenched them into a fist. He pulled back and punched. A strong force instantly acted on the heavenly sword and sent it flying. Ito let go of his hand, and the heavenly sword flew out. Then, it turned into a gentle white light and drew a large arc in the air like a silk thread, stabbing towards Odin's head. Be careful, Freyja loudly warned. Odin, who heard the warning, instinctively moved his head and dodged the heavenly sword's stab. However, even though his reaction was timely enough, the heavenly sword, which was as fast as lightning, still left a thin and long wound on his unprotected cheek. Drops of blood immediately flowed down from Odin's cheek. Odin, who was slightly shocked, retreated. He moved out of the way in front of Ito. Ito, who was standing in place, reached out with his hand, and the heavenly sword returned to his palm like a tired bird returning to its nest. Then, he stomped his foot. It looked like a simple move. However, the effect was no different from Odin's earlier grab. It was a single stab that compressed the air and pierced towards Odin's neck. Odin's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly swung his staff to meet the heavenly sword. Then, there was a clear clang as the heavenly sword and the staff collided. Ito's power surged, and the heavenly sword emitted a foot-long sword light that pierced straight towards Odin's head. In an instant, an extremely strong sense of death emerged from Odin's heart. Then, Ito, the members of the Asgard clan, and the other soldiers who were watching the battle felt the entire world of Asgard shake. An unbelievably majestic power instantly gushed out from Odin's body, forming a substantial energy storm that sent Ito, who was in front of Odin, flying. Ito, who had been sent flying by the powerful force, trembled after flying for more than 10 meters. He stopped and slowly landed on the ground. What's going on? The goddess on the city wall said in a panic. It's Odin. He stopped the energy supply to Asgard. Freyja, who was the queen of gods, explained calmly. Her face looked very calm, as if she was not worried about Odin at all. However, if one looked closely, they would find that her hand, which was holding the city wall, had already sunk deep into the hard rock. It was obvious that she was nervous. My dear, please don't let anything happen to you, Freyja prayed secretly. At this time, Odin, who had cut off the energy supply to Asgard, had a sharp rise in his aura. From the original inconspicuous aura, it had become majestic and indomitable. It was as if the whole world was dominated by him. His breathing could become the wind, his voice could turn into thunder, His punches could collapse mountains, and his kicks could crack the earth. A strong sense of majesty and oppression hit Ito-sei all the time. Is this Odin's true strength? Ito was somewhat uncertain as he released his aura and turned it into a sharp sword that pierced the sky. He used the powerful sword to split and resist the oppression of Odin's aura. After a moment, Odin, whose aura had stabilized, looked at Ito indifferently and said, "Mortal, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over everyone, and I can spare your life. Go ahead." Under the oppression of Odin's aura, Ito's cells began to be excited, and his blood began to flow rapidly. He gradually felt as if his whole body had come back to life. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he stared at Odin's single eye with bright eyes. "Then I'll fulfill your wish," Odin said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his arm, and a large amount of thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air in the sky above Asgard, shooting towards Ito like rain. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ito's expression did not change. He pointed the heavenly sword in his hand toward the sky, and the air of Asgard surged violently. Then, energy swords with the same shape and style as the heavenly sword appeared in the sky. Driven by Ito's thoughts, they rushed toward the thunder and lightning descending from the sky. The thunderbolts and sword auras were like two armies, colliding fiercely in midair. Boom! 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 The violent explosion that resounded through most of Asgard immediately spread in the sky, and then a strong light burst out, illuminating Asgard, which had already entered dusk. At this time, Odin stretched out his hand again and pointed at Ito. Countless fireballs emerged around him and shot towards Ito from all directions. Ito's expression remained unchanged. He also stretched out his hand and pointed at the fireballs. The fireballs exploded in vain, turning into metal swords, which were reflected toward Odin under Ito's control. Seeing this, Odin frowned and waved his hand to create a tornado, which rolled up all the swords, smashed them, and flew towards Ito. Ito smiled softly and pointed at the tornado containing countless metal fragments. The metal fragments in the tornado quickly turned into a stream of water, filling the tornado. Then, Ito's thoughts moved, and the whole tornado froze into a huge ice pillar with a kacha-kacha sound. Then, Ito's palm made a grasping motion and closed, and the whole ice pillar immediately burst into pieces, turning into ice fragments all over the sky and swarming toward Odin. Odin once again waved his hand to create a strong wind, which swept up the flying ice crystal fragments and rushed into the sky. It entered the clouds of lightning and thunder, and then turned into rain, falling down with a walala sound. The light of energy appeared around Ito and Odin's bodies at the same time, preventing the rain from falling on them. "Odin, your title as the god of magic is crying," Ito said with a smile. Odin's expression didn't change in the slightest when he heard that, but a strange brilliance appeared in his only remaining eye, which was constantly changing like a kaleidoscope. At the same time, Ito felt his mind suddenly fluctuate, and the surrounding environment became unpredictable. Illusion, then, a dozen people wearing robes with no faces and holding huge scythes in their hands appeared from the void. They looked like the legendary Grim Reapers. They let out strange, dizzying screams and floated to Ito's side, slashing the scythes in their hands at Ito. Chapter 22-27. This is my spiritual world. Ito chuckled when he saw that the scythe was about to fall. Then he closed his 5 fingers, pinched a strange seal, and shouted, "Ja!" In an instant, a golden shock wave spread out with Ito as the center, shattering the surrounding Grim Reapers into powder, and rushed into the distance without slowing down. Wherever the impact passed, cracks would appear in the space. They were densely packed like an irregular spider web, which looked very disgusting. "Break!" Then, Ito shouted again, and another shock wave spread out quickly with him as the center, crashing into the broken space around him, shattering it and returning the vision to the world of Asgard. However, at this time, a bunch of vines covered with sharp thorns appeared on his body, tightly entangling Itosei, piercing the sharp thorns into his skin, injecting a strange secretion into his skin. Under the influence of this secretion, Seito's muscles began to stiffen, and his nerve reflexes became slow. It felt as if he had been petrified by Medusa. "Unfortunately, I'm different from you." Seito looked at Odin and grinned happily. The next moment there was an explosion, and a powerful electric current burst out from Seito's body, shattering and burning the vines wrapped around his body, allowing Seito to regain his freedom. Well, it's Odin after all. His magic power is much stronger than Gullwig's. It seems that I need to do it again. Seito, who was moving his body slightly, chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, another thunderous sound and electric current emerged from Seito's body. "It's done." Seito, who had discharged the impurities from his body through his pores, smiled. Seeing that his attack was broken again, Odin's expression remained unchanged, and he pointed forward with the golden scepter in his hand. A thick thunderbolt shot down from the clouds with a loud bang, and it blasted straight toward Seito. And this time, Seito, whose expression had not changed, finally changed slightly because he felt very clearly that he was locked on. In other words, no matter how he dodged, this powerful thunderbolt would appear beside him at the first moment until it really attacked him. Understanding this situation, Itosei didn't hesitate. He immediately used his mind to support an impact barrier with an arc-shaped surface outside his body, blocking above his head. Boom! The thunderbolt fell and bombarded the barrier erected by Seito, and a dazzling white light burst out, enveloping Seito. However, the white light appeared quickly and dissipated quickly. It only took 2 or 3 seconds. The intensity of the white light could no longer affect the vision of Odin and the other members of the Ashen clan, allowing them to clearly see Seito's situation inside the white light. At this time, electric light flowed on Seito's body, and the clothes from the mortal world were torn apart under the attack of the electric light and fluttered into the air, revealing Seito's perfect body that was originally covered by the clothes. Obviously, Seito's barrier was not able to completely block Odin's divine thunder, and part of the thunderbolt fell on his body. Odin's expression remained unchanged, and he waved the scepter in his hand. Another thick thunderbolt, darker in color than the previous one, descended from the sky again and blasted towards Seito. And it was still the kind of thunderbolt that had the power to lock on. Seito's expression changed, and he used the power of space, telekinesis, and magic to set up 3 layers of defensive barriers above his head. Then, there was a loud bang, and the dazzling white light once again enveloped Seito. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds at this time. A black shadow flashed, and Seito's figure rushed in front of Odin, thrusting the longsword in his hand forward. He stabbed at Odin's eyes. Facing this attack that could have hurt him, Odin's body moved slightly. He dodged it as if he had teleported, and then the slender golden scepter in his hand turned into a spear. It stabbed toward Seito's stomach. Seito's figure flashed, and he also teleported away, appearing behind Odin, and thrusting the heavenly sword at Odin's neck. But this time, Odin seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, and he calmly lowered his head, avoiding the stab of the longsword. At the same time, the end of the golden scepter in his hand was like an arrow, thrusting towards Seito's abdomen. If he hadn't tried to dodge the attack, his stomach would have been pierced through by the attack. Without any other choice, Seito's figure flashed again, and he appeared above Odin, head down, feet facing the sky, and thrusting the longsword in his hand at Odin's body. Odin twisted his thick waist, and his upper body drew a big half-arc, like a roly-poly toy, to avoid Itosei's attack. At the same time, he flipped his free palm, and from the palm of his hand shot out an electric light. Sei Ito's figure blurred, and he disappeared in midair. At this time, the light in Odin's eye fluctuated, and he suddenly turned around, thrusting the scepter in his hand into the void in front of him. Clang! Then, with the sound of metal clashing, Sei Ito's figure emerged from the void, and he was sent flying by the impact of the scepter. Unforgiving, the scepter in Odin's hand shone, and an energy beam was shot out. Sei Ito frowned, and his figure flashed again, disappearing from the void. But in the next moment, with the sound of metal clashing, Sei Ito's figure was once again sent flying by Odin. After finally confirming that Odin wasn't a blind man, Sei Ito didn't use teleportation to attack again, and instead raised his head to look at Odin. Sei Ito thought to himself, noticing the abnormality of Odin's single eye. Then, his figure flashed again, and a dozen Sei Ito appeared out of thin air, and appeared around Odin at the same time, and attacked Odin in a tight order. In the middle of the attack, Odin's expression changed, and his remaining eye widened. He waved the scepter in his hand like a wheel, and did his best to resist Sei Ito's concentrated attacks. Clang, 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 a series of metallic clanging sounds rang out from between the two of them. But although Odin blocked quickly, Sei Ito's attacks were too fast and concentrated, and in just a moment, slender sword scars appeared on Odin's face and body. If it weren't for the magic armor forged by the Dwarven King being tough enough, even more scars would have appeared on his body, turning him into a bloody man. "Your Majesty, should we go out and help the king?" a Valkyrie asked. "Do you think Odin will fail?" Freyja was furious when she heard this. She turned her head and stared at the Valkyrie who spoke and questioned her loudly. "His Majesty is invincible." The questioned Valkyrie quickly responded loudly. Then, the Valkyrie bowed her head and apologized. "I said too much." Freyja ignored the Valkyrie after seeing her admit defeat and turned to look at Odin, who was besieged by Sei Ito and looked like he could die at any time. But this situation didn't last long. At this moment, the entire world of Asgard shook again, and an even stronger and more explosive force erupted from Odin's body. Like a tsunami, it sent all the Sei Ito around him flying. Puff, 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 several Sei Ito turned into smoke and disappeared into the air, leaving behind only one Sei Ito who flew back more than 10 meters before stopping and looking at Odin with a cautious expression. At the same time, in a place that no one else noticed, a wide crack began to appear on the earth of Asgard. At the same time, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and scarlet lightning kept darting between the clouds. The wind whistled and the rain poured down. It was a scene of the end of the world. "Your Majesty!" The frightened members of the Asgard clan looked at Freyja in horror. Fu Lijia didn't say anything, but a trace of worry uncontrollably appeared on her face. Obviously, the significance of the scene before her made it impossible for her to maintain her calm. Roar! Odin roared at the sky as his energy surged. Terrifying lightning appeared around him and shot out in all directions. The Sei Ito clenched his left hand, and a set of red full-body armor appeared on his body. It was the Emperor's Crimson Dragon armor. A moment later, Odin stared at the Sei Ito who was wearing the Emperor's Crimson Dragon armor and roared, "Mortal, pay the price for your actions." The Sei Ito didn't speak and was on high alert. Odin raised his hand and imbued a powerful force into the golden scepter in his hand. Then, as if some kind of attribute had been activated, the entire golden scepter immediately bloomed with a powerful light. The scepter's strange front end twisted and finally turned into a spear-like shape. Together with the long and thin body of the scepter, it became a golden spear with boundless power. That could it be? The Sei Ito's expression changed as he muttered to himself. According to Odin's legends, Odin had a divine spear called Gungnir. This spear had no additional attributes, and that was a sure-hit weapon. As long as Odin threw this spear, no matter what state one was in or where one was, one would be attacked by this spear. It had the same attribute as the spear of Deadthorn, the son of Light Cuchulain's noble relic. However, Odin's Gungnir was even more powerful and could attack across realms. However, there was one thing that made Idose feel more fortunate. That was, this gun did not have a sure kill attribute. That was to say, as long as Odin did not choose to attack places like the head or the heart, Idose was confident that he could rely on his transcendence consciousness to avoid being hit and survive on the basis of sure kill. Chapter 22-28. Mortal, you will be nailed to the ground by this spear, Odin announced to Sei Ito in a cold voice like a judge. Boss, 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 boss. Sei Ito did not speak, but the Red Dragon Emperor's armor on his body suddenly roared, strengthening Sei Ito's strength and pushing Sei Ito's strength from the peak of the mid-level to the late stage of the Gold Immortal Realm. But Sei Ito was not done with his preparations. With a thought, he activated the Phoenix incarnation of the Eastern War God, Urislagna's 10 incarnations, and activated the Seraphic Speed mode. At the same time, the Law of Time operated, attaching the strongest time restriction that his body could withstand to his body. In an instant, Sei Ito felt as if the whole world had stopped spinning. Although he noticed the change in Sei Ito's momentum and aura, Odin, who was full of confidence in the weapon in his hand, did not change his expression. Like a javelin thrower in the Olympics, he threw the spear in his hand, Gungnir, out. Gungnir, which had just escaped from Odin's hand, flashed and appeared in front of Sei Ito. Then, as Sei Ito's pupils shrank sharply, the spear thrust diagonally and hit Sei Ito's chest. Chong! Crack! In an instant, the breastplate of the Red Dragon Emperor's armor shattered, and it could no longer resist Gungnir's thrust. The spear pierced through the armor, piercing Sei Ito's skin, chest, and lungs. It brushed past Sei Ito's heart, pierced through his spine, and protruded out of his back. It broke the back of the Red Dragon Emperor's armor again, and suddenly emerged. It carried Sei Ito's body, and stabbed into the ground at a high speed, reaching a height of 0.5 meter. Boom! There was an explosion, and a huge crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared on the ground of Asgard, stirring up dust and shrouding Sei Ito like a thick fog. Wah! In the smoke, Idosei's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Patton, how are you? Red Dragon Emperor Draeger asked with concern. Fortunately, I won't die, Sei Ito said with difficulty. But because of the conversation, Idokanari spat out a large mouthful of blood after he finished speaking. Idokanari's muscles uncontrollably pulled at his wound. As expected of the legendary spear, the speed of the attack had actually exceeded the speed of light. My consciousness had just started to operate and I was already shot. Idosei's eyes were full of amazement and fear as he sighed. Fortunately, he wasn't going to kill you. Otherwise, you would already be dead, Draeger said in a similarly fearful tone. But this is the only time. Next time, I'll definitely be able to react. Sei Ito gritted his teeth and said. Sei Ito really didn't like the feeling of almost dying. But there were two sides to every coin, and it was precisely because he had seen Gungnir's attack state. It also allowed Idosei to gain a preliminary understanding of Gungnir's attack pattern. Although he could definitely defend against it in the future, in the face of a weapon like Gungnir that could attack faster than the speed of light, Idosei would at least be able to react in time like this time. He could only watch as he was pierced through and nailed to the ground. I don't want there to be a next time, Draeger said, then fell silent. Neither do I, Sei Ito's mouth twitched. He said softly. Then, he raised his arm and endured the pain caused by the wound. He reached for Gungnir's body. Crackle, however, as soon as Sei Ito's hand grasped Gungnir, a powerful force erupted from Gungnir's body. Sei Ito's arm was shaken off, and the rest of the force poured into Sei Ito's body, causing secondary damage to his body. Ah! Sei Ito screamed uncontrollably under the intense pain. This was not the worst part. Because part of Gungnir's body was close to the edge of Sei Ito's heart and penetrated his body, a large part of the energy released by Gungnir directly affected his heart, causing Sei Ito's heart to tighten, and he almost went into shock. F***ck. After the explosion of Gungnir's energy, Ito Sei, who had an ugly expression on his face, cursed. At this time, the wind whistled, and the dust that filled the air was blown away, revealing the dark clouds of Asgard, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling in the sky. Sei Ito turned his head slightly and saw Odin standing at the edge of the pit, looking at him coldly. "Hand over everyone, and I can spare your life," Odin said coldly. "Is this Gungnir? I didn't expect it to be in your hands all this time. I was completely fooled by you. I thought it was just a powerful weapon that symbolized your divine authority." Sei Ito grinned, his blood-red mouth opening and closing. But secretly, Sei Ito used the power of space to create a dimensional partition around his heart, separating his heart from Gungnir. "It seems that you haven't suffered enough," Odin said coldly. Then, as soon as his voice fell, an even more powerful energy erupted from Gungnir again, stimulating Sei Ito's body from the inside. Ah! Under the impact of this energy, the body cells that had just been repaired by the energy were broken, the muscles were burned, and all kinds of nerve tissues were destroyed to a great extent. However, his heart was spared. Under the protection of the dimensional partition, it was not impacted by the energy. "Hand over all the Protoss you have captured," Odin said indifferently. "Hey, since you want them so much, I'll give them to you." Sei Ito laughed strangely. With a thought, an Asprotoss warrior that he had captured earlier appeared above Odin's head out of thin air and crashed into him. Odin waved his hand and a whirlwind appeared under the warrior, supporting him. But before Odin could send the warrior to the side, a violent explosion occurred in an instant, blowing the warrior into a pile of bright red meat paste, which blasted towards Odin along with the energy impact. Energy surged around Odin, forming a barrier that blocked the explosion. Although he did not suffer any damage, a touch of anger emerged on Odin's cold face. But just as Odin was about to activate Gungnir's power again to teach Sei Ito a lesson, another Sei Ito appeared out of thin air above Sei Ito, who was nailed to the ground like the warrior. He held a sledgehammer in both hands and smashed the end of Gungnir's gunshot. Clang! Boom! After a crisp sound, a burst of energy erupted from Gungnir's body, instantly turning Sei Ito into smoke. However, Gungnir also penetrated Sei Ito's body and pierced deeply into the ground behind Sei Ito, leaving a deep round hole. Sei Ito, who had escaped from Gungnir's imprisonment, flashed and disappeared from Odin's sight like a meteor. Seeing Sei Ito escape, Odin roared and stretched out his hand to grab the air. Gungnir, who had been smashed into the ground, suddenly appeared in his hand. Odin raised his arm and threw Gungnir out again. "Nail him down!" Odin roared loudly. In an instant, Gungnir flashed and disappeared from Odin's sight. The next moment, Gungnir's figure reappeared in front of Sei Ito. Sei Ito instinctively activated his transcendental consciousness. Time, space, and light immediately became foreign to him. He was like an omniscient and omnipotent god, watching everything that was happening in the world, especially Gungnir, who was slowly piercing his body. Then, he moved his hand and held Gungnir in his hand. Gungnir's energy erupted, shaking off Sei Ito's hand and accelerating its piercing into his body. Sei Ito had no choice but to barely avoid being hit in his vitals. Gungnir once again grazed the edge of his heart and pierced through him. Boom! Sei Ito's vision recovered. Gungnir had fiercely nailed him to the ground. The huge impact and energy instantly created a crater with a diameter of nearly 100 meters and a depth of tens of meters on the ground, as if it had been created by a meteorite. Dust filled the air and shrouded everything. What? Ito's body shook violently, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. I did it, Ito said with a smug smile. Yes, you did it. I didn't expect you to actually do it. I thought you were just being stubborn, Draeger said with a tone full of admiration. Then, he changed the topic and continued, but it was really dangerous. You almost died. Yeah, I almost died. Odin, that old bastard, I'm not done with him, Ito said hatefully. Then, with a thought, he summoned a shadow clone from the Rubik's Cube world that was originally used to accompany the girl. He used the same method as before to smash it at Gungnir. This was not because Ito was lazy, but because after he was nailed by Gungnir had been constantly emitting a kind of power that interfered with the circulation of the power in Ito's body. Although it was not an absolute suppression, some spells could not be cast through the main body, so he could only use this kind of trick. And only he could use this kind of cheating method. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be waiting to be caught by Odin. Boom! After a loud noise, Ito once again escaped from Gungnir's nail, then flashed into the Rubik's Cube world without hesitation. Old bastard, let's play slowly, Ito said hatefully after returning to the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he quickly sat down cross-legged in the void and operated his secret arts to repair the damage in his body. Chapter 22-29 P.S. Thanks to Stuck for his precious monthly votes, and thanks to Free Lunatic for his tip. The moment Ito entered the Rubik's Cube world, Odin's figure appeared in front of the crater. With a wave of his hand, Gungnir, which had sunk deep into the ground, appeared in his hand. Humph! Odin, who had lost sight of Ito, snorted coldly with anger in his eyes. But despite his anger, Odin understood that the most important thing now was not to throw a tantrum. With a thought, he dispersed his power and turned it into a gust of magic wind that blew in all directions. As the light blue magic wind blew, the rain gradually stopped, the lightning slowly disappeared, and the thick dark clouds unwillingly scattered into clumps and pieces under the illumination of the sun, melting into the air. In particular, the cracked earth in Asgard also closed under the magic wind. Green grass grew again, and the scene of prosperity was restored. This scene lasted for more than 10 minutes before it gradually stopped. Odin, who had returned to being an ordinary old man, let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, his body swayed, and an extremely weak expression appeared on his face. Clearly, the eruption of full power was not without its aftereffects for the old Odin. Odin, who relied on Gungnir, which had turned back into a scepter, to support his body, sighed slightly. He looked up at the crater left on the ground in front of him, turned around and walked back to the divine city. It was not until a long while later that Odin returned to the divine city. "Dear, are you all right?" Seeing Odin return, the god queen Freyja hurriedly ran down the city wall. She came to Odin's side and held his arm with concern. "I'm fine." Odin pushed Freyja's hand away with a slight force. He straightened his body and replied in a dignified voice. Then, he ignored the others. He walked back to the palace with the posture of a king under the gazes of the many warriors and goddesses in the city who were lucky enough to come down. Freyja, who watched Odin leave, did not say anything and silently followed him. A moment later, the two returned to the palace. Bang! The guards outside the palace tactfully closed the gate of the palace. At that moment, Odin, who had walked up to the throne, suddenly went limp and sat down on the throne. "Odin," Freyja called out softly as she quickly walked up. "I'm fine," Odin said. "It's just that I've used up a lot of energy. I might need to sleep for a while." "Asgard can't leave you now," Freyja said with a worried expression. I know, so I'll stay here for a while. Wait until things have calmed down, then go to sleep, Odin said softly. Don't tell anyone. I know. Freyja nodded. Now we can only pray that nothing will happen during this period, and that person won't appear again. Odin patted the back of Freyja's hand and said in a disappointed tone. Freyja flipped her palm and held Odin's hand. She placed her other hand on the back of his hand. She looked at Odin and pursed her lips without saying a word. However, things did not go as they wished. Not long after they finished speaking, the divine realm was, once again, and the first problem was the prison under the divine city. The dark elves had somehow broken through the prison fences and led the captives that Odin and his warriors had captured over the past year to launch an assault on the divine city. Then, a large number of dark elves' flying machines suddenly appeared in the world of Asgard. Against Asgard, the divine palace launched an attack. Scarlet energy beams shot toward the divine palace one after another. Normally, this wouldn't be a big problem. There were enough warriors and gods in the divine city. Suppressing these defeated soldiers would be no problem at all. There was also an energy shield outside the divine city, which was enough to block the energy beams from the dark elves' flying machines. But what made Odin feel helpless was the chaos was happening now. Seito's attack had wiped out almost all the male members of the divine race, as well as some warriors. The power in the divine city had been weakened to an extremely low level, and there was simply not enough power to resist the ferocious prisoners of war who had escaped from the prison. They were full of hatred for the Asgardians, so they quickly rushed out of the dungeon and broke into the divine city. Similarly, it was also because of Idosei's attack. In order to annihilate the enemy, the power of all of Asgard had been extracted by Odin. Although it was released by him afterwards, it would still take some time for it to completely recover. This made the protective barrier that appeared again much weaker than before. Without the Dark Elves' insiders destroying it from the inside, it was broken by the intensive attacks of the Dark Elves' aircraft. Fortunately, Asgard's defense did not rely entirely on magic power to form a defensive barrier. There were also defensive settings similar to magic turret. So, the moment the protective barrier was broken, the entire Divine City's invasion defense system was activated and began to launch defensive attacks against the Dark Elves' flying machines. One after another, magic beams shot into the sky like lasers. The flying machines circled rapidly, dodging the attacks. After an unknown amount of time, with a small change in the void, Seito, who had become intact and had changed into a clean set of clothes, reappeared in the crater he had created with Gungnir. Wow, it seems that something incredible happened in Asgard while I was recuperating. Seito, who slowly floated up from the crater into the air, looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Asgard in front of him, and said in a strange voice. In his line of sight at this time, the earth of Asgard was once again covered with cracks, and in terms of width and depth, they were more intense than the last time. The green grass had withered, revealing an earthy brown ground. The sky was full of dark clouds, and one after another, violent energy shot toward the ground like rain, bursting out with loud rumbling sounds. Heavy rain poured down, and strange flying machines chased and entangled in the sky of Asgard, shooting intense energy beams at each other, as if they were determined to kill each other. Dark Elves. Why did they come to Asgard? Even if they are separated by an omnipotent universe, can Malekith also sense the location of ether? Idosei looked at the strangely shaped aircraft, which gave him a strong sense of déjà vu, and said in surprise, "Look at this terrible name. It always reminds me of Zhao Lirong's skit and the spicy shredded chicken dish." He had overestimated Malekith. Although he could sense the existence of ether, this was only in this universe. But that was only in this single universe. If the ether entered the multiverse, he wouldn't be able to feel it. Plus, it had been swallowed by the swallowing sister Janata, which had deemed it an omnipotent universe. The reason why he and the dark elves led by him appeared here, in addition to the ancient memory that the ether was hidden by the Asgard, was also because there was a blood feud between the two races. In the past, it was Odin's father who led people to slaughter the entire dark elven race. So with the intention of robbing the ether and taking revenge, they appeared in the world of Asgard as they originally did, and on a larger scale. Even from what Sei-Ito saw in front of him, it seemed that they were about to succeed. Well, it's a good time to fish in troubled waters, Sei-Ito muttered to himself as he looked at the distant sky where the light beams were flying. Then his figure flashed. He disappeared into the void again. Although Sei-Ito and Odin had a grudge, compared to the Dark Elves who planned to return the entire 9 realms and the solar system to darkness, it was nothing. But to help Odin because of this, Sei-Ito would never do it, because it was not in his own interest. So after thinking about it for a second, Sei-Ito made a decision. Steal the goddess. Of course, it was not the kind of theft that had a sexual meaning, but a real theft. He would capture them and bring them back to the Rubik's Cube world. After all, in the current world of Asgard, only they were worthy of Sei-Ito's attention. After a while, Sei-Ito's figure appeared in the Celestial Palace, and with the convenience of space stealth, he wandered around the entire Celestial Palace. Then, not long after, the figures of the 2 goddesses came into his sight. It should be said that they are indeed worthy of being one of the branches of the giants, the Asgard. Even the goddesses who are not good at fighting have good swordsmanship and show the combat power of the Valkyries. Sei-Ito looked at the 2 goddesses in skirts. Holding an azure magic lightsaber in their hands, they fought back to back against a group of monsters like 2 Jedi Knights. He could not help but sigh secretly. But praise was just praise. Sei-Ito did not hesitate at all to do what he had to do, and immediately stretched out his hand. He released a ripple in the void and rushed to everyone present. Then, the situation in the field changed, and everyone froze in their previous movements like statues. Sei-Ito, who had used time stop to seal everyone present, ignored the other monsters and grabbed with one hand, putting the 2 Asgard goddesses into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, with a thought, energy arrows appeared out of thin air in front of the monsters that had been frozen by time stop, piercing into their heads with a "pu" sound. After doing all this, Sei-Ito did not stay and turned to walk to the other palaces. Boom! The moment he left, the energy arrows that pierced the monsters' heads exploded at the same time, blowing their heads to smithereens. Then, the 3rd goddess, the 4th goddess. However, there were only a few goddesses in the Askans. Therefore, after Ito-Sei managed to capture the god Queen Freyja from the encirclement of the 3 dark elves, all the goddesses of the Askans were captured by him. But Sei-Ito did not stop there, and he started to capture the Valkyries who might still be around. Needless to say, after wandering around the palace, he caught quite a few Valkyries. Although they were not as powerful as the famous Brunhilde, they were much stronger than ordinary warriors. Even if they could not be used as power seeds, after being brainwashed by the willpower energy of the Rubik's Cube world, they could still be used as a group of excellent soldiers. After accomplishing his initial goal, Sei-Ito stopped and flew into the air to watch the battle between Odin and the Dark Elf leader Malekith. The battle between the 2 could be said to be unremarkable. One side used the small amount of ether energy contained in his body to bombard Malekith, while the other used the power of thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Apart from being louder and having a special sound and light effect, it was no different from a barbarian waving a stick in a fight. But in terms of strength, Malekith was much worse than Odin. In addition to the lack of ether in his hands and the fact that his strength had not recovered, it was also because Odin was angry and directly used the Asgard world to cheat him. So after a moment of fighting, Malekith was careless and had his ether shattered by Odin, allowing the violent thunder to hit him. Under the bombardment of the terrifying thunder and lightning energy, Malekith's body immediately emitted white smoke, as if he had been roasted. But don't forget where this was, the Marvel world. Perhaps the application of power was not worse than that of the gods of the main world, but in terms of physical strength, many gods of the main world were much stronger. So even though he was emitting white smoke, Malekith was still alive and well. After a little struggle, he got up from the ground again. But before he could escape, Odin, who had long been provoked by Saito, threw Gungnir in his hand, instantly nailing Malekith back to the ground. Malekith opened his mouth wide and let out a silent howl. However, Odin's attack did not stop there. He clenched his right fist, and Gungnir, which was inserted into Maleki's body, burst out with a blazing light. At the same time, a thick thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky, bombarding Maleki's body. Together with the power of Gungnir, the thunderbolt destroyed Maleki's. Under the joint force of these two terrifying forces, Malekith's body turned into charcoal, scattered in a gust of electric wind, and drifted into the distance. Then Odin took back Gungnir and, together with Heimdall, who was fighting with the rest of the Dark Elves, began to clean up the remaining Dark Elves. Although only the two of them were from the Asgard clan, the others were warriors who were selected from various races and tribes. Their strength was high enough that destroying the Dark Elves' aircraft was a piece of cake for them. Therefore, it did not take long for them to clean up the remaining Dark Elves, and only a few managed to escape. At this point, the entire Dark Elven race had completely declined, and their plan to return to darkness had come to an end. Odin, who was high in the sky, glanced down at the palace that had been severely damaged under the attack. He did not speak and silently landed, "Your Majesty, be careful!" Bang! Chapter 2230. With a muffled sound, Odin felt his arm go numb, and the palm holding Gungnir involuntarily loosened. Gungnir left his palm. "How dare you!" Heimdall, dressed in golden armor, shouted angrily and jumped up from the ground. He swung the greatsword in his hand and slashed at Saito, who had suddenly appeared in midair. Saito's figure flashed and disappeared from Heimdall's attack. He appeared on the other side of the sky and put away Gungnir. "It's you." Odin's voice was full of suppressed anger. "It's me." Saito smiled. Bang! Heimdall, whose attack had failed, fell back to the ground. He turned around and stared at Saito with his scarlet pupils. "Are you with the Dark Elves?" Odin asked in a deep voice. "No. I'm not interested in joining forces with them. Let's not talk about whether or not they can invite me, even their goal is not in line with my own. Not to mention their looks, they don't meet my aesthetic standards at all." Saito looked at Odin in surprise, as if he had heard a funny joke, and said exaggeratedly, "But then again, your Asgard is really unlucky. Even if I deliberately showed mercy and didn't touch your palace, it was still destroyed in the hands of the Dark Elves." Then, Saito glanced at the collapsed and severely damaged palace under his feet and chuckled. No matter how you look at it, he gave people the feeling that he was gloating, making the warriors of the palace below, except for Heimdall, angry. If Odin was not still on the scene, they would have already started cursing. What about Freyja and the others? Hearing this, Odin's one eye narrowed and asked again. "Speaking of which, you should actually thank me. If I hadn't taken them away, they would have died in the battle just now. Especially your Queen Freyja, I'm sure you would never want to see her body." Saito smiled. "I do have to thank you for this." Unexpectedly, Odin really thanked him. "So I can attack you without worry." After that, Odin opened his hand and shouted, "Gungnir!" But the next moment, Odin's face suddenly changed because under his call, Gungnir did not appear in front of him. Gungnir did not instantly appear in his palm like before. Instead, his palm remained empty, revealing the messy old palm lines on his palm. "Gungnir!" Odin, who did not believe it, shouted again. But the result was the same. Then Odin put his hand down and looked up at Saito. "Why did you stop?" Saito asked. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to seal Gungnir, Odin said in a deep voice, squinting his only eye. It's just a small trick. Itose laughed. Although his words were modest, the expression on his face was full of pride, making the people around him want to give him a punch. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Odin said. Of course not, but this will make me feel more at ease. Seito smiled. Humph. Odin snorted coldly. Your Majesty, please leave him to me. At this moment, Heimdall, who had been listening to the conversation for a long time, stepped forward. He asked. Odin turned his head slightly and looked at him. Heimdall's expression did not change, and his gaze firmly met Odin's. Don't be careless, Odin said after a moment. Although it was not a clear statement, the meaning in his words was clear. He agreed to Heimdall's request. Your Majesty, don't worry. Heimdall will deliver the enemy to you. Heimdall lowered his head and said. Odin did not speak. He flew to the side and stopped at the top of an intact palace. He looked condescendingly at Heimdall and Seito in the field like an outsider. But Seito noticed that although Odin acted as if he would not intervene, the majestic power in his body did not converge or dissipate at all. It was still roaring in his body. Itose had no choice but to pay attention to Odin so that he wouldn't suddenly go crazy at some point and harm himself. Then Seito smiled gently and slowly landed on the ground, standing in front of Heimdall. At the same time, the surrounding warriors of the Divine Palace retreated at the same time. They made enough space for the two to fight. Heimdall silently clenched the greatsword in his hand, slightly lowered his body, and got into a fighting posture. Seito grabbed the ground with one hand, and a pile of fine black sand flew up from the ground in an instant and gathered in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a long black sword with a straight back, which was held in Seito's hand. The blade was connected to the ground, and it continued to absorb the black sand that was still coming from all around. Obviously, even in Asgard, iron existed as a basic material, and there was a lot of it. Heimdall glanced faintly at the black sword in Seito's hand and did not speak. He rushed over a few meters to Seito and slashed the greatsword in his hand at Seito's waist. Before the sword arrived, the air blade brought by the sword approached Seito's body first, and with a hiss, it cut a long and narrow tear in his new clothes. Seito's expression remained unchanged. He tapped his toes lightly on the ground, and his body floated back as if it was weightless. It seemed that he had narrowly avoided Heimdall's attack. Then he waved his arm, and the black sword immediately turned into a long black whip, like a black python, and whipped towards Heimdall's body. Heimdall turned with the inertia of the greatsword, and then leaned back like an iron bridge. The tip of his nose brushed against the edge of the black iron sand whip to avoid the attack. At the same time, the greatsword in his hand was thrust upwards from his chest, stabbing towards Seito's abdomen. Seito tapped his feet again and jumped back again. At the same time, his left hand grabbed forward, releasing a thunderbolt that sucked the end of the black iron sand whip into his hand. Then, he pushed forward with both hands, and an electric light bloomed from his palms in an instant, wrapping around the iron sand whip with electric arcs. Immediately after, the iron sand that was flickering with electric light shot towards Heimdall with streaks of blue light in its wake. Heimdall, who did not expect Seito to do this, was shocked. The moment he turned around and stood still, he waved his greatsword, creating a sword circle in front of him. Zzz. The electrified iron sand hit the sword circle and was absorbed by the sword circle. However, most of it was blown away by the strong wind created by the sword circle. At this time, Seito's figure flashed and appeared behind Heimdall. He stretched out his hand, and Heimdall's body immediately leaned back uncontrollably. However, Heimdall forcibly stopped him with his power. Then, he turned around and threw the greatsword in his hand at Seito. With the support of Heimdall's divine power, the greatsword turned into a light and instantly arrived in front of Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows, and his palm suddenly appeared under the greatsword. With a flick of his finger, there was a crisp clang sound. The greatsword that was about to pierce Sei-Ito's chest was suddenly knocked into the air. Heimdall, who completely ignored his greatsword, reached for his waist and pulled out 2 daggers. The moment Sei-Ito flicked his greatsword away, Heimdall jumped in front of Sei-Ito, raised the daggers in his hand, and stabbed them at Sei-Ito's neck. Sei-Ito's figure disappeared, leaving an afterimage in place for Heimdall to cut with his daggers. He appeared behind Heimdall in a flash. His right index finger was erected and extended forward, piercing through the gap between Heimdall's helmet and armor, and hitting Heimdall's neck. Zzz electricity flashed, and Heimdall's body was immediately filled with electric current, causing his body to twitch slightly uncontrollably. However, Heimdall was Heimdall, and his will was very tenacious. Even if his body was twitching due to the electric current, he still did not stop attacking. He immediately turned around and waved his arm, grabbing Sei-Ito's outstretched arm. At the same time, he stabbed the dagger in his right hand towards Sei-Ito's chest. Seeing that Heimdall was so stubborn, Sei-Ito did not dodge. He just used psychokinesis to set up a defensive barrier around his chest. His left hand clenched into a fist, and a super powerful punch landed on Heimdall's face. Bang! Heimdall's head tilted back, and he suddenly felt dizzy. Even so, Heimdall instinctively threw away the dagger in his hand and reached out to grab Sei-Ito's left arm, completely grasping Sei-Ito's hands in his own. In this way, Sei-Ito was actually caught by him. If Sei-Ito was just an ordinary Protoss from the divine realm, unfortunately, Sei-Ito was not. However, just as Sei-Ito was about to launch an instant transmission to escape from Heimdall's grasp, a thick flash suddenly fell from the sky and bombarded Sei-Ito's body, who was about to completely enter the space. Boom! Sei-Ito's body shook, and he escaped from the space. Because of the momentary unstable state, Sei-Ito's entire head was in intense pain, causing him to frown. But this was not the end. The moment Sei-Ito's reaction slowed down due to the pain, several transparent wind ropes suddenly wrapped around Sei-Ito, tightly binding him. Then came the vines and the venom-like liquid injected by the vines, followed by energy chains, and some other warlocks that could seal people. It could be said that in that short moment, more than a dozen magic spells fell on Sei-Ito's body, cooperating to suppress everything in his body. Chapter 2231. Then, Odin's figure appeared next to Sei-Ito. He picked up Heimdall's dagger that had fallen on the ground and stabbed it into Sei-Ito's abdomen and spine. Puff! Then, the voice muttered a strange secret incantation. In an instant, the 2 daggers lit up and a powerful aura surged out of them. It flowed into Sei-Ito's body through the wounds on his body and interfered with the operation of his power from the inside. Humph! Sei-Ito, who was attacked both inside and outside, could not help but groan. Sure enough, old men who don't die are thieves. I tried so hard, but you still found an opening. Sei-Ito looked at Odin and sneered. Hand over everyone, and I can spare your life. Odin said softly. Don't even think about it. Sei-Ito grinned and laughed. Odin did not hold back and immediately punched him in the face. Bang! Hand over everyone, or I will let you taste all the punishments in this world. Odin reached out and grabbed Sei-Ito's chin, turning his head that was tilted to one side. He stared at Sei-Ito with his one eye and said fiercely, I originally wanted to spare the lives of your people from the Askans, but now I have to consider whether I should kill them all after making the best use of them to repay the pain you have inflicted on me. Sei-Ito did not back down and threatened. This time, Odin did not hit him, but just stared at Sei-Ito. Put him in the dungeon. After a while, Odin suddenly let go of Sei-Ito's chin and said in a deep voice. Several divine palace warriors stepped forward, took Sei-Ito, and pushed him to the dungeon. Sei-Ito turned his head and looked back at Odin with an inexplicable smile. Odin was also looking at him. After a while, he retracted his gaze and followed the warrior's escort to the dungeon. After a while, Sei-Ito and the warriors disappeared from Odin's sight. Come, at this time. Odin ordered again. Your Majesty. A warrior stepped forward and responded. Go to the kingdom of Nolan and ask Queen Canilla to come here. Odin ordered. Yes. The warrior responded. Then, under the leadership of Heimdall, who was guarding the Rainbow Bridge, they walked to the portal of the Rainbow Bridge. Odin stayed where he was and gave a few more orders to the divine palace warriors around him, then turned and left. He returned to the palace, which was still relatively intact. On the other side, just as Ito-Sei and the warriors escorting him arrived at the corridor leading to the dungeon, Ito-Sei's mind immediately moved and summoned a shadow clone from the magic cube world. The shadow clone that suddenly appeared did not hesitate. It immediately grabbed the air with both hands. The bodies of several divine palace warriors who were holding Ito-Sei suddenly flew up uncontrollably. Under the shadow clone's arms, they fiercely collided with each other. Bang! As expected, all the warriors fainted. Then, the shadow clone casually threw the fainted warriors aside and stepped forward to Sei-Ito's side. Both hands waved on Sei-Ito's body, and the vines, energy chains, wind ropes, and other magic powers on Sei-Ito's body were immediately shattered by 10 intersecting blue energy blades, allowing Sei-Ito to regain his freedom. You behind me, I'll go in front, Sei-Ito said. The shadow clone nodded and walked behind Sei-Ito. Together with Sei-Ito, the shadow clone put both hands on the hilt of the dagger that was inserted into Sei-Ito's body. Sizzle, however, as soon as their palms touched the dagger. A powerful electric light shot out from the dagger, and at the same time, Ito-Sei's hands were bounced away, and at the same time, Ito-Sei's shadow clone exploded into a cloud of smoke. Then, the electric light poured into Sei-Ito's body and raged along his spine and abdomen in Sei-Ito's body. Ugh! Under the intense pain, Ito-Sei's knees softened, and he fell to the ground on one knee. And what made Sei-Ito the most helpless was that these two daggers were completely different from Gungnir. There was no pause in the energy eruption. It was as if the previous action had activated a certain function of the daggers. They constantly stimulated him with energy, making it impossible for Sei-Ito to do anything. At the same time, in Odin's palace, Odin, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened one of his eyes and stood up from the throne. Then, without hesitation, he strode out of the palace. At this time, Sei-Ito, who did not know that his actions had attracted Odin's attention, moved his mind again and summoned Hellebel from the Rubik's Cube world. Since the shadow clone could not withstand the impact of the energy released by the dagger, then a real god should be able to, right? Sir. Hellebel's expression changed when he saw Sei-Ito in such a sorry state. He quickly went forward and squatted to support Sei-Ito's body, and called out in a friendly tone. Don't say anything. First, pull out the dagger on my back. Sei-Ito endured the pain and frowned. Hellebel turned his head slightly and saw the dagger on Sei-Ito's spine. He did not waste any time and immediately reached out to grab the handle of the dagger. Sizzle, a bolt of electricity immediately shot out from the dagger and slapped Hellebel's hand away. Hellebel was slightly taken aback, then gripped the dagger again. He frowned and endured the electric shock of the energy that kept shooting out from the dagger as he exerted force to pull it out. Ugh! Sei-Ito immediately groaned in pain. Sir! Hellebel called out softly. Looks like I need to pull out both daggers at the same time. Sei-Ito lowered his head and looked at the dagger that seemed to be pulled deeper into his abdomen when Hellebel exerted force. Then, he did not waste any time and reached out to grab the dagger in his abdomen. Pull! Seito ordered in a deep voice. Then, the two of them exerted force at the same time and pulled out the dagger. However, just as Seito had guessed earlier, there was indeed a pulling force between the two daggers. Therefore, the moment they pulled out the dagger, a powerful reverse force emerged from the dagger and resisted their strength. "Use all your strength!" Seito roared. Hellable and Seito erupted with all their strength, ignoring the pulling force and pulling out the dagger. However, before Seito could congratulate them, an even more powerful energy surged out from the two daggers, causing them to violently explode like two strangely shaped grenades. Boom! A strong light bloomed, and a powerful energy shockwave spread out, enveloping Seito and Hellable, who were caught off guard. A few seconds later, the light dispersed, and Seito and Hellable's figures reappeared. The two of them were wrapped in a visible energy barrier. Their clothes and bodies were undamaged, and there were no signs of them being affected by the explosion. That barrier was a barrier formed by psychokinesis. At the moment of the explosion, Seito, whose strength had quickly returned to normal due to the absence of the interference from the dagger's energy, supported a psychokinesis barrier outside his body in an instant, protecting himself and Hellable. Then, Seito had a thought and put away the psychokinesis barrier. However, immediately after, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot toward him and Hellable. Hellable, who was still thinking that Seito was injured, did not hesitate and instantly blocked in front of Seito, crossing his arms to meet the bolt of lightning. Boom! Bzzzt, the lightning exploded, forming a pile of tiny electric sparks that flowed through Hellable's body. "Odin," Seito called out in a deep voice. Odin did not say anything. With a flick of his wrist, another bolt of lightning shot toward Seito. This time, Seito did not let Hellable block it for him. He gently pushed Hellable to the side and grabbed Odin's lightning with one hand. He clenched his fist and crushed it into a pile of tiny electric sparks. Then, Seito pushed off the ground and charged in front of Odin. However, this action caused his lumbar vertebra, which had just recovered, to hurt again. Odin gave up on his plan to use magic, and clenched his hands into fists as he faced Seito. Boom! Visible ripples in the air erupted between the two of them. "You're not going to use your full strength? You're no match for me like this." Seito sneered as he took a step back and separated himself from Odin. "Humph!" Odin coldly snorted, and then his aura exploded, rapidly rising at a visible rate. At the same time, Odin, whose energy was rising crazily, did not remain idle and continued to attack Seito with his fists. Moreover, due to the influence of the rising energy in his body, each of Odin's punches became incomparably powerful. They could tear through the air and distort space. His ordinary fists were covered in frightening lightning, making his fists seem like the most powerful magic weapons, full of terrifying offensive power. Seeing this, Seito did not show any weakness and charged at Odin once again with a roar. "Come!" Boom! Then, an even louder explosion and shock waves formed by the impact of energy were transmitted from between the two of them. Slender cracks appeared on the walls and pillars around the corridor, and the surrounding flowers and trees were blown into the air. Their inconspicuous bodies were like two terrifying demon gods born from the chaos as they fought in the courtyard. Even the terrifying aura that erupted from the battle between the two of them forced Hellable to retreat a distance. The ground began to crack, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. Scarlet lightning bolts flashed in the dark clouds one after another. The entire world of Asgard once again fell into an uncontrollable doomsday scene. But that was not all. At this moment, Odin, who was fighting, suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. His body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he changed from the size of a normal human to a terrifying giant more than 10 meters tall. Chapter 2232. Odin, the son of the giant Bulai. Bulai, the son of the first frost giant Ymir of the giant tribe. Of course, there was also a theory that he was licked out of the salt by a giant cow, but in any case, Odin had a pure giant bloodline, and his ordinary human figure was just a disguise. In other words, the current Odin was the real Odin, the Odin at full power. Good! Saito, who was suppressed by the huge aura, shouted. The next moment, without seeing him do anything, his body seemed to have turned into a black hole, and boundless air quickly gathered around him, forming a huge wind in the blink of an eye, tightly wrapping around Saito. But after 3 or 4 seconds, the gathering wind fiercely burst apart, and Saito's figure reappeared. But at this time, Saito was no longer small like before, but like Odin, he had turned into a terrifying giant over 10 meters tall. This was the Taoist magic ability, Heavenly Manifestation. Then Saito, who had turned into a giant, roared and charged at Odin once more. Odin did not show any weakness and also met him head-on. Boom! An even more intense explosion in the air suddenly came from between the two of them, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye shot out in all directions. Wherever the shockwave swept, the previously cracked walls immediately shattered and collapsed, and the trees that were barely maintaining their roots were cut in half, sending gravel flying everywhere. They were like projectiles that shot into the distance, causing some of the metal ornaments to make clanking sound. Uneven marks were left behind. Fortunately, the two of them were in the middle of the divine palace, which was built to accommodate giants. Thus, although the battle between the two of them was exaggerated and fierce, the entire divine palace was barely able to maintain its general shape, and was not directly destroyed in the confrontation between the two of them. But judging from the scale of the battle between the two of them, it was estimated that they would not be able to last long. During the fight, the energy around the two of them rapidly surged, gradually forming a terrifying energy cloud that surrounded the two of them. From time to time, it would release terrifying lightning and flames, blowing up and shattering the surrounding buildings. The nearby Divine Palace warriors who were unlucky or unable to dodge in time were affected. Boom! As the two of them moved, the ground began to crack. Boom! A hole appeared in the sky. Wah! The starry sea beside the Rainbow Bridge was stirred up and churned, raising terrifying high waves. Bang! The mountain rocks were also shattered into thousands of pieces of gravel as the two of them collided and stuck close to each other. The gravel splattered in all directions like rain, smashing into the cracked ground one after another irregular craters of various sizes. In short, if the scene caused by Odin's extraction of the power he usually used to protect Asgard was the imminent end of the world, then the scene formed by the fight between the two of them was the real end of the world. Half of the world of Asgard was destroyed by the battle between the two of them, and it would take a few years of nourishment to restore its vitality. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. He fought with Odin in the most primitive way for a long time. Saito, who had completely returned to the passion he had when he was practicing martial arts, looked up to the sky and laughed. His voice was like thunder, exploding into ripples in the void and spreading in all directions. Odin's one eye flashed with electric light, and a fierce electric fist hit Saito's cheek. Bang! A huge force erupted. Saito's body staggered back a few steps. Saito, who staggered back, stood firm again and raised his arm to block Odin's big fist. With a wave of his right palm, a huge palm with a substantial wind pressure slammed toward Odin. Odin also raised his hand to block. He stopped Saito's arm, but the scattered palm wind still blew his beard to one side. Odin ignored him. He directly hit Saito with his forehead. Saito turned his hands, grabbed Odin's arms, and jumped. He leaned back in midair, curled up his knees, and slammed forward, kicking Odin's chest. Bang! Odin's center of gravity was broken, and he sat down on the ground. Moreover, with his body size, there was a slope and rock that was immediately smashed to pieces by him. At the same time, Seito, who was in midair, turned over and landed. He leaned down, and his 10 fingers dug deep into the ground under his feet. His arms exerted force, and a huge layer of soil about 17 and 18 meters long was immediately lifted out of the ground by Seito, and Odin, who was sitting on it, was lifted into the air. Odin did not panic. His body shook, and the piece of earth he was sitting on collapsed into countless pieces of earth. He held his hands together like a hammer, and with the force of falling, he smashed Ito-Sei's head fiercely. "Come on!" Seito raised his arms and immediately grabbed Odin's hands. He then twisted his body and threw Odin's body out. Boom! Odin's body came into close contact with the ground, creating a huge human-shaped crater in the ground. A large amount of smoke and dust suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping Odin and Seito's figures. It was just that their bodies were too big. Even the thick smoke and dust could not completely hide them. People outside could still vaguely see their vague silhouette. At this time, Seito, who was bending down, lifted his legs and stood upside down. He then turned over and sat on Odin's chest. Bang! In an instant, Odin's body shook violently, and he sank deeper into the ground. Seito raised his arm and clenched his fist, and punched Odin's chest. Boom! Then there was a loud explosion, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose from the ground again. However, it was immediately blown away by the shockwave. Seito and Odin's figures clearly appeared in the eyes of all the spectators. Odin's only eye opened, and he spat out a large amount of blood. However, his expression immediately became ruthless. He clenched his fists and vigorously punched Seito's ribs. Seito immediately fell backward. He dodged Odin's attack by a hair's breadth, and at the same time, he bent his elbow. Using the inertia of his body falling backward, he heavily hit Odin's nose with his elbow. Bang! In an instant, Odin felt a pain in his head, and a huge pain came from the bridge of his nose. Blood overflowed. A clear bright red color flowed from Odin's mouth and beard. Seito was unforgiving. He didn't give Odin the slightest chance to react. He quickly raised his arm again, and then fiercely hit Odin with his elbow. Then a second time, a third time, a fourth time. It was as if he wouldn't stop until Odin's head was smashed. Ah! After enduring countless blows, Odin, whose face was covered with blood, suddenly roared and fiercely pushed Seito into the sky. Then, he hurriedly rolled away from where he stood. Seito, who was in midair, stopped in the sky, and then like a meteor, he fiercely shot toward Odin. In an instant, he arrived in front of Odin. He clenched his fists and stretched them forward, heavily hitting Odin's body. Boom! Odin, who had just recovered, shook again, and once again sank deep into the ground, stirring up dust all over the sky. Seito's body fell down and a knee hit Odin's chest. Then his right foot fell, quickly stepping on Odin's left arm, whose face was full of pain and anger. At the same time, his left arm moved out. Holding down Odin's right arm, he swung his right arm and punched Odin's head again and again with his monstrous strength. Bang! 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 In the continuous thunder-like muffled sound, Odin's head, which was full of blood, sank deep into the ground. Then his whole body twitched, and his resistance became weaker and weaker until finally, he was completely limp. Seeing this, Seito stopped. Half raised his fist, he looked down at Odin's face, which was almost unrecognizable. But at this moment, Odin's closed eye suddenly opened, and a violent thunder force, as if responding to his call, suddenly fell from the sky and instantly bombarded Seito's body. Boom! The thunder flashed, and a boundless strong light burst out, enveloping Odin and Seito. It was not until a few seconds later that it slowly dissipated, revealing Seito and Odin's figures. However, at this time, Seito and Odin's situation were completely reversed. Odin, who was originally riddled with scars and whose appearance couldn't be seen, seemed to have eaten senzu beans. His whole body was restored to its original state. If it weren't for the traces and bloodstains from the fight on his body and beard, no one would be able to tell that he had been injured. It was as if everything before was an illusion. On the other hand, Seito, although there was no trace of injury under his super-strong physical recovery, but his body was full of electric light. Odin's pair of big hands tightly grasped his throat and lifted him into the air. Seito, whose head was forcibly pushed back, lowered his eyes and glanced at Odin with a grin. "Sure enough, you're the king of cheats. I will kill you, then keep your head, refine it into a tool with a secret spell, and play with it forever." Odin stared coldly at Seito. "Just like Mimir?" Seito chuckled. The so-called Mimir was a giant of wisdom. In the legend of Norse mythology, he and Heinr, the middle-low wisdom of the Asgard tribe, went to the Vanir tribe as a symbol of truce. But in the end, the Vanir tribe, who were furious after discovering the truth of Heinr, beheaded him and sent him back to the Asgard tribe. Odin, who got Mimir's head, did not bury him. Instead, he found herbs to smear on his wounds and cast a spell on Mimir's head with a secret spell. Mimir's head, full of knowledge and wisdom, miraculously survived without his body under Odin's efforts. After that, Odin carefully placed the head in the inner room of his palace. When he had any problems and doubts, he would come to Mimir's head, recite a spell, and ask Mimir for advice. To use a more modern analogy, Mimir's head was Odin's exclusive Baidu. Yes. But this time I won't keep your consciousness. I will only refine you into a tool, Odin said fiercely. You're really vicious. Seito sneered. For an enemy like you, it's not too much to use any means on you, Odin said coldly. Then, ignoring Seito, he let go of one hand and put one hand on Seito's neck, while the other hand waved in the air and summoned a thunderbolt. He controlled it with his mind and turned it into a blue thunder sword, stabbing it at Seito's chest. Sorry, I don't want to die. Seito sneered. After saying that, his body shook, and an extremely violent force burst out from his body, shattering the various imprisonment spells that Odin had cast on him. Then, he lifted his foot and kicked Odin's chest. Bang! The tremendous force erupted, and Odin's body was instantly kicked out. Odin, it's time to end this battle. Seito, who was floating in the air, said faintly. Do you want to surrender? Odin, who had broken free from the mountain he was embedded in, said proudly. If you want to do so, I'll consider it. Seito sneered. In your dreams, Odin said coldly. You'll know if I'm dreaming later. Seito chuckled. After saying that, he ignored Odin and his figure flashed, shooting into the distance like a stream of light. Don't even think about escaping from me, Odin shouted angrily. Then, he also turned into a stream of light and chased after him. Under the rapid movement of light, almost instantly, Itsunari returned to the top of the city of Ozus, which had been completely turned into ruins. However, there was another fierce battle going on here. The two parties fighting were none other than Heimdall, the only remaining member of the Protoss in Asgard, and Hellebel, who had been left here by Seito. One side had turned into a giant like Odin, and the other side had created a tide with the power of the natural order. They fought there without restraint, transforming the originally ruined divine city into a boundless ocean. Seeing this situation, Seito did not hold back. He leaped and landed behind Heimdall. He clenched his hands into a hammer and swung his arms at Heimdall's head. Bang! Heimdall's body shook and he fell to the side. Restrain your power. Then, Seito stepped in front of Hellebel and said. Hellebel did not pursue the matter and immediately dissipated the majestic power that had been brewing around him. Seito reached out and hugged Hellebel's body, then turned into a stream of light and flew away. Almost a second after the two of them left, Odin's figure appeared beside Heimdall. "Chase them!" Odin shouted. Then, his figure flashed again and he chased after them. Heimdall, who had just recovered from his shock, was shocked and quickly chased after them. However, compared to Ito and Odin, who had turned into streams of light, their speed was many times slower. Chapter 2233. Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, as the two streams of light were annihilated, the figures of Ito and Odin reappeared, but at this time, the figure of Hellebel in Ito's arms disappeared. Obviously, Ito had taken her into the Rubik's Cube world. "Is this how you want to end the battle?" Odin stared at Ito with a face full of ridicule. "I'm just trying to get rid of my worries," Ito said softly. "Now, let's really start the final battle." The moment his voice fell, a cosmic starry sky suddenly spread out rapidly with Ito as the center, replacing the original space of Asgard and changing the area within a radius of tens of miles. And it continued to expand outward without slowing down. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the space in Odin's line of sight was transformed into the appearance of a cosmic starry sky. Huge and unfamiliar planets rotated and moved in the starry sky according to a mysterious and inexplicable law. Odin's expression changed and his heart sank. Because at this moment, he suddenly couldn't feel the connection between himself and Asgard. No, it wasn't that he couldn't feel it at all, but the connection had become very weak. If he didn't feel it with his heart, he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Then, the boundless power in Odin's body paused, as if it was carrying an extremely heavy burden, and its activity rapidly decreased. "Where is this place?" Odin, who noticed the change in his body, asked in a deep voice with a solemn expression. "This is my domain." Ito chuckled. As he spoke, he gently waved his arm, and the two huge planets suddenly broke away from their original orbits, entangling with each other like spinning hammers. They collided with Odin. A strong sense of danger rose in Odin's heart, and he didn't dare to hesitate. He waved his fist and smashed it at one of the planets. Odin's fist carried an incomparably bright light. It blasted onto the planet. Then, with a terrifying boom, the planet that had been hit violently exploded. It shattered into countless pieces of gravel, and was blown away by the powerful shockwave that suddenly spread out. As the person closest to the explosion, Odin uncontrollably became the one favored by the explosion and was struck by the boundless debris and energy. Then, Odin's body shook and he flew back at high speed. However, at this time, Ito pushed his palm forward, and the other planet that had been blown away by the explosion suddenly turned into a fast star and chased after Odin. Odin, who had nowhere to hide, could only clench his fists once more and push his energy forward. Boom! A dazzling white light appeared, and the huge planet suddenly shattered into countless irregular rocks of different sizes. Driven by the pale white cloud, it shot out in all directions. And Odin, who bore the brunt of the explosion, was also affected by it. His body flew backward involuntarily. And because of the close impact of two consecutive planet explosions, the seemingly exquisite armor on Odin's body finally shattered uncontrollably, turning into a pile of metal fragments that fell from Odin's body. After all, although this armor was also a divine product personally forged by the Dwarf King, and its defensive ability and sturdiness were very high, but compared to the destroyer armor that was blessed by the gods and had many powerful abilities and self-healing ability that could remain intact under the attack of the universe's divine race, it was more than 1 or 2 levels inferior. In addition, there were all kinds of impacts caused by the previous battle with Ito. It was already an outstanding achievement to be able to hold on until now. But as a result, Odin's defense suddenly dropped by a lot. At this time, Ito's hands grabbed forward, and the gravel belt formed by the explosion of the two planets suddenly moved. It quickly gathered into a larger cloud of gravel, and then under the push of Sei-Ito's power, it spun rapidly and rushed towards Odin like a dart. The breadth of the cloud of gravel was not inferior to a planet. In terms of diameter and width, it was even larger than a planet. What's more, it was not concentrated, so even if Odin's divine might was strong, the destructive power was monstrous, and he could not find a way to deal with it for a while. He could only turn into a stream of light and fly to the safe area above the cloud of gravel. But before Odin could fly far, the entire cloud of rubble exploded once again. A large number of rubble, boosted by the impact of the explosion, turned into extremely fast meteors and shot towards Odin. This move was a variation of Sei-Ito's move that he had learned from the Ares starfighters, star fragment rotation technique. Seeing the meteors flying towards him, Odin's face changed, and he quickly concentrated all his mind. Like a pilot dodging airplanes and airborne debris, he relied on his excellent reaction to dodge the meteor attack. Needless to say, although this method was thrilling, under Odin's strength, he really found a way out of the star fragment rotation technique's attack. He either moved forward, retreated, stopped, or attacked, dodging all the meteors flying towards him. Seeing this, Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, ripples suddenly appeared in front of the meteors dodged by Odin, swallowing them one by one, and then flew out from another ripple that appeared around Odin, flying towards Odin in a more chaotic and dense way. It was still a variation of the Saint Seiya's dimensional maze. Unable to defend himself in time, Odin was immediately hit by the meteors that carried powerful force. Bang 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 bang, puff! Odin, who was heavily attacked, immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. After the star fragment rotation technique's attack was over, Sei-Ito's figure immediately moved and came in front of Odin, and punched him in the cheek without any explanation. Bang! The corner of Odin's mouth cracked, and traces of blood flowed out. Immediately after, Sei-Ito swung his arm again, and punched Odin's chest and abdomen. Odin, who was in pain, leaned his body forward, and put his head in front of Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito immediately reached out and grabbed Odin's hair, and pressed his head down with his palm. At the same time, he bent his knee and raised his leg, and fiercely kneed Odin's face. Bang! Odin immediately felt a pain in his head, and the bridge of his nose was broken again. Then, Sei-Ito raised his left hand, and called the heavenly sword into his hand. He held the sword upside down, and like a dagger, he swung his arm and stabbed the sword towards Odin's back. Puff! Blood splattered, and Odin's spine was immediately pierced through by the heavenly sword. Sei-Ito skillfully used the sword to avoid Odin's heart, and the tip of the sword came out from the center of his sternum. Odin, you should also taste the pain you gave me before. Sei-Ito lowered his body and whispered into Odin's ear, whose face was full of pain. After saying that, the palm of his left hand, which was holding the sword, lit up, and a powerful electric light suddenly surged out. It flowed along the body of the heavenly sword and penetrated into Odin's body, spreading along his spine, sternum, and internal organs. Ah! In indescribable pain, Odin involuntarily let out a blood-curdling scream. Humph! Looking at Odin, who would scream under the electric shock, Sei-Ito, who felt that this kind of behavior was very boring, snorted coldly. He made the heavenly sword change into an energy form, penetrated Odin's body through the wound, and hid in his spine. It was like an embedded seal, interfering with the operation of the power in Odin's body and his control of his body. Then, with a thought, he put Odin into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Sei-Ito put away the Dark Universe domain and returned himself to the world of Asgard. Then, as if knowing that it had lost Odin's favor, the whole world of Asgard suddenly shook violently, and the vegetation in the world of Asgard withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the sky became darker, thick dark clouds gathered, and a heavy rain began to fall like the cry of the heavens. And in a layer that Ito could not notice, a force suddenly emerged from the world of Asgard and flew towards Heimdall, the only remaining member of the Asgard clan in the whole world. It entered his body without him being able to react at all. "This is..." Heimdall, who noticed something strange in his body, muttered to himself with a slightly changed expression. "What is it? Can you tell me?" However, as soon as his voice fell, Ito's voice suddenly rang in Heimdall's ears. Heimdall's expression changed, and he turned to look at the sky. There, Ito was looking down at him with a victorious expression. "Where is Odin?" Heimdall clenched the greatsword in his hand and asked. "Like the other members of the Asgard, he became my captive." Ito's body slowly landed back on the ground, and he said in a low voice, "So, in order not to let you be too lonely, I also came to invite you. Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Heimdall said in a deep voice. "What?" Ito asked with interest. "The 9th Congress will lose its balance because of this. The evil frost giants will rule the whole world, and countless creatures will lose their lives in their claws. This will also include the earth you live on," Heimdall stated. "Then let's destroy Jotunheim and kill all the frost giants," Ito said casually. "And isn't another function of Bifrost for this purpose?" Heimdall's expression changed, and he looked at Ito even more warily. "Well, do you have anything else to say? If not, go and accompany Odin and the others." Ito smiled softly and looked at Heimdall and said softly, "Your actions are destined to bring terrible disasters to the world and the earth. You will suffer the consequences of your own actions," Heimdall said in a deep voice. Chapter 2234. The battle between Heimdall and Ito ended very quickly. It didn't take long for Heimdall to be defeated by Ito. Heimdall's power was sealed and he was taken into the Rubik's Cube world. At this point, all the Asgard gods in the world of Asgard were captured. The Asgard gods and the world of Asgard suffered a disaster more terrible than the twilight of the gods in the prophecy. "It's time to meet the Norse god of death, Hela," Ito whispered to himself as he reached out and grabbed Heimdall's golden sword that had fallen to the ground. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. In the next second, he appeared on the Bifrost. Then, he stepped on the crystal-like long path and walked toward the crossing gate at the end of the Bifrost. It didn't take long for Ito to walk into the crossing gate hall. The whole hall, as its name suggested, had a very spacious space. It looked to be more than 200 square meters and was circular in shape. There was only one door in the north and south direction, which was used to connect the Bifrost to Asgard and to serve as a portal when the Bifrost was opened. In the middle of the hall was a small platform with a total of 3 levels, built in the form of stairs. A cylinder that looked like a keyhole magnified dozens of times stood in the middle of the platform. According to Ito's memory, that was where the control system to open the rainbow was. Ito, holding the sword, stepped forward and stood next to the control system. He looked down at the control system in front of him. The first thing that caught his eye was a slender rectangular crack, the size of which was about the same as the width and thickness of Heimdall's sword. Deep below the crack, there was a small round hole, the thickness of which was the same as Odin's Gungnir. Obviously, this was another key to opening the system when Heimdall couldn't open the system. It was controlled by Odin. On the platform in the outer circle of the control system, there was a circle of runes, each corresponding to this direction. It surrounded the entire control system. Although they were not complete words, as a Ito who had mastered the runes of rune, he could easily distinguish the meaning of each word. It was the 9 realms that the Bifrost could lead to. Ito used his understanding of runes to find the symbol of Helm's underworld, which represented the land of death. Then, he retracted his gaze and used his mind to create a shadow clone. He handed Heimdall's sword to him, and he inserted the sword into the controller to activate the Bifrost. In an instant there were a few crackling sounds, and an energy vortex emitting strong electric light emerged from the void gate in the south. Seito nodded at his shadow doppelganger. He turned around and strode into the energy vortex. Then, he disappeared in a flash of bright light. The next moment, Ito-Sei's figure appeared in a world filled with thick fog, coldness, and loneliness. There were no creatures or positions in this world at all. A strong light fell, and Ito-Sei's figure appeared from it. That's fast. It seems that in addition to extracting their energy, I have to ask about the construction technology of the Bifrost. Maybe I can use it directly to go to the Orion Empire. Seito thought to himself as he slightly moved his body that was impacted by the energy of the Bifrost. Then, he raised his head. Then, he began to look around. However, the effect was not satisfactory. Under the obstruction of the thick fog formed by an unknown force, even with Seito's amazing eyesight that could directly look up into space from Earth, he could not see the scenery 50 meters away from him. Seito was surprised. Then, Seito retracted his gaze and released his divine thought. The effect was still greatly reduced. Fortunately, Seito's divine thought was strong enough. Even if it was affected and suppressed by the magical power of Helm's underworld, it could still satisfy his search of Helm's underworld. With the help of divine thought, under the guidance of his innate spirit sense, Seito moved toward the depths of Helm's underworld. Along the way, Seito encountered a large number of wandering ghosts. Undead who died in vain, resentment, battle, and illness. Through the direction they were heading, Seito finally confirmed that he was on the right path. Because in the legends of Norse mythology, no matter what kind of ghost, as long as they came to Helm's underworld, their first destination was the Eludnir Palace where the Grim Reaper lived, which was the Palace of Sorrow, to be taken in by Hel. After determining the direction, Ito-Sei moved and sped up to the front. After an unknown amount of time, Seito finally saw a new scenery other than the land of death. A flowing river and a forest of iron trees that were suffused with metal. If Seito remembered correctly, this river should be the legendary Gile River. As for why it was not any other river, it was because the environment here was too similar to what was recorded in the legends. Ito-Sei, who knew that as long as he passed through the iron forest, he would be able to find the Hell Gate. Without hesitation, he crossed the Ogre River and entered the dark iron forest. Occasionally, he would encounter a few crows that looked like the ones in Resident Evil. Their scarlet pupils stared at him as they moved forward quickly. After traveling for an unknown amount of time, Seito passed through the iron forest and saw the pitch-black metal gate not far away. It was tens of meters tall and tens of meters wide, with images of living beings struggling on its surface. However, in a cave right in front of the path leading to the Hella Gate, a terrifyingly huge blood-colored hound was lying in the cave. One of its eyes was half closed, while the other was half open. Its cold pupils stared at the souls that might appear around it in boredom. This was the guardian beast of Hell's Gate, the giant hound Garm. Although the legend only described that it could be bribed by food called Gila biscuits and did not describe its combat power, as a guardian beast of the Hell's Gate, just like the Cerberus of Hades in the underworld, its combat power was definitely not weak. What's more, this was the Marvel world with the existence of universe-level monsters. Seito was not sure how terrifying its strength was. However, as someone who had just finished off Odin and wiped out all the Asgods in Asgard, Seito, who was full of confidence, would not give up just like that. So after observing the giant hound Garm for a while, he leaped and walked towards it. At the same time, Garm, who noticed Seito's approach, suddenly stood up from the ground and stared at him with a ferocious beast face. Seeing Garm like this, Seito did not waste his breath. Besides, the records did not say that it could speak. With a wave of his hand, he shot a red-hot thunderbolt at Garm. The lightning pierced through the thick fog and instantly flew in front of Garm, bombarding its body. Boom! A woo! Under the bombardment of the fire-divine thunderbolt, Garm, whose fur was slightly charred, let out a painful and angry howl. Then, with 4 limbs on the ground, its huge body shot towards Sei-Ito like lightning. Sei-Ito stood still and waved his hand in the air. A huge palm of air with a diameter of several meters appeared out of thin air, pushing away the fog and landing heavily on the head of the rushing Garm, pressing its head to the ground. Bang! Walala! Sei-Ito then opened his mouth and chanted a Taoist mantra, suppress. In an instant, a golden radiance filled with a holy and peaceful aura emerged from the void and quickly condensed into a ball above Garm's head. It turned into an ancient golden seal character and flew onto the air palm above Garm's head like a meteor. Then, the air palm suddenly lit up and turned into a substantial mountain of fog, pressing down on Garm's head. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not budge at all. "Looks like I've been too cautious," Sei-Ito said self-deprecatingly as he looked at Garm, who was so easily taken care of by him. Then, ignoring Garm who was being suppressed, he walked past him and walked straight into Hell's Gate. Just like the legends, the interior of the Hella Gate was pitch black. Other than the bone-chilling cold, there was only the hissing sound of boiling water. According to the records, the sound came from the Wagmere spring. Fortunately, the path was not long. After walking for a while, Sei-Ito's eyes regained light. Then, a river filled with sharp blades appeared before his eyes. It was Slider, one of the 9 rivers of the underworld. Sei-Ito's figure flashed, and he used teleportation to pass through, continuing to move forward without stopping. After half a day, a huge palace with cold colors and thick fog appeared before Sei-Ito's eyes. It was the Eludnir Palace of the god of death, Hell. "Honorable guest, please follow me." Just as Sei-Ito walked to the front of Eludnir, a female specter suddenly appeared before Sei-Ito and spoke respectfully. Sei-Ito nodded and followed the specter into the palace, passing through the beams and halls, and finally stopped in a huge hall. This was a huge palace, about the size of the Bifrost's Fairy Gate Hall. It was very spacious inside, and there was only a multi-level staircase built in the innermost part of the hall. On the staircase was a high-back stone seat covered with strange animal fur. A woman wearing black tights and a black helmet with strange antlers on her face sat lazily on it, looking down at Sei-Ito who walked into the hall with the specter maid. It was the daughter of Loki's 3 children, the god of death, Hel. At this time, the maid who brought Sei-Ito into the hall bowed slightly to Hel, who was on the main seat, and her figure disappeared into the void. "Nice to meet you, Hel." Sei-Ito looked at the god of death on the stone seat and smiled. "You should know that this is the country of the dead, not a place for the living like you," Hel said softly as she gently swirled the wine glass in her hand. Chapter 2235. P.S. Thank you to Moon Rippling Song, Cheshirel, and Treastrimsa for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Freedom Lunatic for your tip. I know, so I need your cooperation. That way I can leave this place. Sei-Ito smiled. Oh. Hila's crossed legs moved up and down, and her body leaned to the other side as she softly chanted. Don't you think it's very cold here? Sei-Ito did not immediately explain his intentions. Instead, he changed the topic. So. Hila took a sip of the blood-colored wine in her glass and asked softly. How about leaving this place with me? Sei-Ito smiled. Where do you want to take me? Hila looked at Sei-Ito with interest. A world with sunlight, Sei-Ito replied. Don't you know that I hate sunlight the most? Hila said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Oh, then I'm sorry. Sei-Ito shrugged. However, although he said sorry, his expression did not look like he was sorry at all. How about this? You can stay in Helm's underworld, Hela said softly with a smile on her face. Sorry, but I don't like cold and wet environments, Seito said helplessly. I believe you'll like it. Hela's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Seito. She stretched out her hands, one of which was lightly placed on his shoulder. One of her hands was lightly pressed against Seito's chest, while the other hand was lightly caressing his cheek. Her chest was tightly pressed against his back. Her lips, which seemed to be painted with black lipstick, lightly leaned against Seito's ear and said softly, "Is this considered seduction?" Seito did not move. She chuckled. "You're very strong. I can feel great strength from your body. Perhaps you can give birth to a perfect descendant for me." Hela's hand that was lightly pressed against Seito's chest slid down. And Aishing said, "Isn't your target Saul?" Seito raised his eyebrows. In the original Marvel comics, Hel had always had a strange feeling for her Uncle Saul. She was even willing to send Captain America's soul back to the modern world and let him be resurrected in order to have a one-night stand with him. Hearing this, Hela's hand movements paused for a moment before returning to normal. She said softly, "Now I only need you. Then what are we waiting for?" Seito said as he suddenly turned around and hugged Hela's lip. He opened his mouth and kissed Hela's lip. His tongue nimbly parted her lips and teeth, invading her territory. Hela also hugged Seito's body tightly and responded enthusiastically. However, the next moment, a terrifying cold energy that was similar to absolute zero suddenly flowed out of Hela's mouth and flowed along their entangled tongues into Seito's mouth and slid into his body. In an instant, Seito felt his body turn cold, and the speed of his blood circulation became sluggish. Seito, who felt the changes in his body, pushed hard. He pushed Hela's body away from him. Originally, you could have died comfortably. Hela, who was forcefully pushed away, was not angry. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips seductively. Just like them. At the same time, as if responding to Hela's words, ice statues that were frozen into ice statues appeared from the void. The space on both sides of Hela appeared in front of Seito's eyes. "You are indeed as sinister as your father." Seito sighed softly as if he had accepted his fate. "Don't mention him to me." Hela's eyebrows that were covered by the helmet frowned. Her voice was filled with disgust and displeasure. "But you can't obtain my soul with just this method." Seito's expression changed. He laughed heartily at Hel. Then, a warm light that was like the sun suddenly bloomed from Seito's body, causing the surrounding cold air to evaporate and distort the space around him. "Damn it! Quickly retract your hateful light." Hela, who felt a faint prickling sensation on her skin, raised her arms and covered her face as she screamed. "No, I think it's not bad." Seito smiled. As soon as he said that, the light on Seito's body intensified again. Then, a fireball that was like the sun floated out of his body and rose into the sky at a constant speed. It broke through the obstruction of Hela's Elodiner and rose into the sky. It was like a real sun that released warm light and heat, illuminating half of the underworld of Helm. Under the illumination of this sunlight, the endless fog that filled the underworld of Helm began to churn and become thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the souls began to scream, letting out loud cries of pain and pleasure. "Ah! How dare you do this? I will never let you go!" Hela, who felt uncomfortable all over, screamed. "Undead, tear him apart!" Hela then ordered loudly. In an instant, a large number of wandering souls and terrifying undead appeared from the void, forming a huge black tornado that instantly enveloped Seito. The souls screamed, using their voices to destroy Seito's mind while using their mouths and claws to tear at Seito's body. "I am the Lord of the Underworld, the Lord of Hell. Wherever my feet step, it is my territory." Seito, who was in the soul vortex, declared loudly. Instantly, a ripple spread out from under Ito-Sei's feet. In the blink of an eye, it swept across dozens of miles of land, forming an obvious boundary line, separating the land within this boundary line from the land of the underworld of Heim. Then, a holy aura that was different from the underworld of Helm spread out on this land. Seito, who did not care about the changes in the outside world, calmly opened his mouth and chanted a new sentence. In my country, all living things will be judged by me. If I say life, it will live. If I say death, if I die. Then, Seito looked at the surrounding souls that were shocked by the aura of the underworld he was emitting and announced calmly, "Disappear." Then, the soul vortex around Seito stopped spinning. All of the souls suddenly shattered with an unwilling howl, turning into a pile of pitch-black smoke. They drifted into the air. "Who exactly are you?" Hila, who had witnessed the strength displayed by Ito-Sei, questioned with a change in expression. "You can call me Chen," Seito said calmly as he looked at Hila. "Now you have two choices. 1. Surrender. 2. Resist and wait to be suppressed by me." "You want me to surrender? Don't even think about it," Hila said coldly. Then, her figure flashed, and she disappeared from the underworld that Seito had created, reappearing in the underworld of Helm. She took out a long sword from somewhere and raised it high, announcing loudly, "Undead! I, Hila, am giving the order. Wake up!" The next moment, visible ripples spread out in the underworld of Helm. Then, the ground churned and skeleton soldiers, as well as giant wolves, beasts, dragons, pegasi, and other terrifying beasts, all wearing armor unique to the Ashen race, Vanishan race, or the other races of the 9 worlds, crawled out from the ground and stood densely at Hila's feet. In just a moment, an undead army made up of countless undead, skeletons, and the corpses of legendary beasts appeared in the underworld of Helm. Then, Hila's figure flashed and appeared on the head of the undead dragon she had summoned. "Are you going to compete in numbers?" Seito chuckled. If not for the fact that he was afraid of summoning too many creatures from the universe and attracting the attention of the universe's manager, Seito would have opened the Rubik's Cube world. He would have sent out the soldiers who had not been tested in a long time and let Hila see what a real crowd was. "So what if I am?" Hila said with a smile as if victory was in her hands. However, she immediately put away her expression, waved her sword, and ordered, "Undead, tear him apart!" "Kiki!" The skeletons moved their fleshless mouth. After making a series of strange noises, they really rushed towards Ito-Seiji like soldiers. The undead army was like a tsunami. They rushed quickly towards Seito. "Hila, you seem to have forgotten something." Seito, who did not panic because of the approaching army, looked at the head of the undead dragon. Hila, who was staring at him from above, said. Hila's expression flashed, and a bad feeling appeared in her heart. "For victory. Come to me quickly. Undying sun, please bestow upon me a shining steed. Horse with enough intelligence, bring me the wheel of light that symbolizes your master." Seito raised his right arm, pointed to the sky, and sang loudly. As soon as he said that, a new sun appeared in the sky of Helm's underworld. It then turned into a streak of white light and shot into the charging undead army like a meteor. Hila's expression changed drastically. Boom! The scorching white holy flames exploded, forming a huge sea of fire that covered an area of several kilometers. The entire undead army was enveloped in the holy flames of the sun. Under the burning of the holy flames, the undead all let out terrifying screams before turning into a pile of black ash and dispersing in the air. Only Hila was left floating in the air, looking at the sun flames that were still burning below her. At this time, Seito's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Hila. He reached out and hooked Hila's chin, raised her head, and looked at Hila's pupilless eyes. "Now, tell me your choice. What do you want to do?" Hila, who had recovered, asked in a low voice. "You don't need to know that." Seito smiled. After a pause, Hila asked again, "Then, will you kill me?" "I won't. I can guarantee that," Seito said softly. "I hope so. I choose to surrender." Hila looked at Seito, sighed, and put away the sword in her hand. "A wise choice." Seito smiled. "Now, use your power to open a portal. We need to go back to Asgard first." Hila, who knew that she had no room to resist, did not refute. She pointed forward and used the unique power of the high-level members of the Asgard clan to open a space-time channel to Asgard. Then, she walked into the channel with Seito and disappeared from the underworld of Helm. The next moment, in the broken world of Asgard, Seito and Hila appeared in the completely collapsed city of Asgard. "What's going on?" Looking at Asgard, which had changed greatly in front of her, Hila asked in a shocked tone. "Obviously, it has been destroyed." Seito smiled. "Who is it? Who has the guts to attack Asgard under Odin's nose? Surtur? Or did my detestable father's evil plan succeed?" Hila asked in disbelief. Surtur, the flame giant, was also known as the flame demon in Norse mythology. He was the god of another divine system, in charge of the Fire Kingdom. He was very powerful, and even Odin was very afraid of him. He was currently sealed, but no one knew how long he could be sealed for because according to the original timeline, this guy was about to run out of the sealed place. "It's me." Seito glanced at Hila beside him and said lightly. "What?" Hila looked at Seito in disbelief. Although she admitted that Seito was strong, she never thought that he would be stronger than Odin. This was because in her, or in the minds of all the members of the 9th generation, Odin was the strongest. Other than Surtur, no one could beat Odin. Seito ignored the shocked Hila and walked straight to the Bifrost. Seeing this, Hila could not help but put away the expression on her face. She followed Seito to the Bifrost and came to the Fairy Gate Hall. Then, as expected, Hila's face showed a stunned expression when she saw another Seito, but she was not too surprised. After all, her father, Loki, often used this kind of illusion to deceive others and then secretly carried out his schemes. Seeing Itosei's return, Kage nodded at him and threw Heimdall's long sword back. With a poof sound, he turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared into the air. Then Seito put away Heimdall's longsword and walked out of the Fairy Gate Hall with Hila, stopping on the rainbow crystal path connected to the North Gate. Then, he opened the Rubik's Cube world and swallowed the entire Fairy Gate system. A huge black hole appeared out of thin air in front of the Fairy Gate system. Like the huge mouth of a shapeless monster, it swallowed the entire Fairy Gate Hall in one gulp. Crack! The crystal bridge broke, and a neat row of broken stubble flowed down. Chapter 2236. P.S. Thank you to Boring Lord for your precious monthly vote. As the Grim Reaper, I think you should know where the coordinates of Earth are. Seito, who had removed the Bifrost's portal system, turned around and looked at the dumbfounded Hila. "I know." Hila, who had regained her senses, looked at Seito with a very strange gaze, nodded, and admitted. "Use your power to take me to Earth," Seito said calmly. "You didn't capture me for this, did you?" Hila asked suspiciously. "It's just on the way." Seito smiled. Hila looked at Seito suspiciously for a while, and did not say anything. She pointed her finger at the void, and a blue space-time portal instantly appeared in front of Seito and Hila. Seito escorted Hila into the portal and disappeared from the world of Asgard with her. The next moment, on a certain ocean in the Nordic countries on Earth, Seito and Hila's figures walked out of a space-time portal that suddenly opened. Following that, the dimensional door rapidly shrunk and condensed into a point. Like a popped bubble, it disappeared. However, at this moment, Ito suddenly reached out and grabbed Hila's arm. With a thought, he brought Hila back to the Rubik's Cube world. My power? Hila, who appeared in the Rubik's Cube world, suddenly exclaimed. Just in case, Ito said calmly. In that case, you should tell me what you're going to do. Hila stared at Ito's eyes and questioned. It's very simple. I want to extract your power. Ito looked at Hila and smiled. What? Hila exclaimed. Don't worry, it's very safe. I definitely won't let you die. Ito said calmly. If you don't believe me, I can arrange for you to go see Saul first. I've already extracted his power. I should be able to dispel your wariness better. Without waiting for Hila to react, he used his power to send her to another place. He was placed together with Saul, who was also sent there. Then, ignoring the two of them, Ito flashed away and returned to the Marvel world. Hello, Mr. Chen. As soon as Ito appeared, the voice of Jarvis, the artificial intelligence system in the Avengers headquarters building, immediately sounded in his ear. Hello, Jarvis. Where's Tony? After greeting him, Ito asked. Master should be working at Stark Corporation now. Do you need me to contact him? Jarvis said. Who's in the headquarters right now? Ito asked. Mr. Captain is currently undergoing practical training in the underground training room. Miss Jenny is watching the film in her room, Jarvis replied. Then help me call Jenny, Ito said after thinking for a while. Okay, please wait a moment, Jarvis said. I'll wait for her in the living room, Ito said as if they were close friends. Without needing Jarvis to guide him, he walked to the living room that he had been to several times before. Then, not long after he entered the living room and sat down. Wasp Jenny, dressed in modern home clothes, walked into the living room. Long time no see, Jenny, Ito said with a smile. What are you doing here? Jenny asked in an unfriendly tone. Although the two sides were not real enemies, they were definitely not friends. If she did not remember that Ito had saved her before, Jenny would not have come here to see him. I have something to ask you. Ito did not mind Jenny's tone and said with a smile. What? Jenny frowned. Are the Carey people here? Ito slightly restrained his expression and asked in a deep voice. The Carey people? No, not yet. Why? Are they coming? Jenny looked at Ito nervously and asked. No. I just want to confirm something, Ito said with a smile. What do you mean? Jenny, who was a little relieved, said inexplicably. Nothing. Ito got up and said, Okay. I already know what I want to know. I'm leaving. You can continue to watch your TV series. Just as Ito was about to teleport away, Jenny quickly stopped him. Wait. Ito stopped. He looked at her with some doubts. I want to ask you to let Carol and Hill go. Jenny hesitated and said, Although I don't know why you want to capture them and some other female superheroes, you are not a police officer. But you're not a cop and they're not criminals. You are wrong. I know. Ito smiled. Jenny did not expect Ito to admit that what she did was wrong, and her face suddenly showed a stunned look. But since I've captured them, I naturally have my own reasons. I don't mind you guessing that I'm a pervert, because I do like beautiful women. Ito chuckled. Susan, with Richard's words, the two of you are also my target. Jenny's expression changed when she heard this. She subconsciously stepped back with a guarded expression. Don't worry. I'm not interested in breaking up a couple. Ito, who saw Jenny's movements, laughed and said, Okay, I'm leaving. I'm very happy to see you today. Goodbye, dear Miss Jenny. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from Jenny's sight in an instant. Then, the next moment, Ito's figure appeared in the office on the top floor of Stark's building. Sir, someone has invaded your office. Jarvis's voice sounded. You're a little late, Jarvis. Tony looked at Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared in his office, and asked, Hello, Chin. Where's Captain Marvel? Sei Ito asked straightforwardly. In the lab, Tony replied. As for why he was in his lab and not in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prison, it was easy to understand. Tony was not interested in working for him. What's more, Captain Marvel had so much alien technology knowledge in his head. Since he had fallen into Tony's hands, there was no reason to let him go. I think I need him, Sei Ito said. Okay, I'll take you there. Tony nodded and said with a 100% cooperative look. Then he stood up from his seat and led Sei Ito to the lab. Why do you think of Captain Marvel again? Tony asked as they took the elevator to the lab. Sei Ito glanced at him indifferently and did not speak. Okay, pretend I didn't ask. Tony, who had asked for a snub, touched his nose and said helplessly. At this time, there was a crisp ding and the elevator arrived at the destination. Tony walked out of the elevator with Sei Ito and entered his newly divided lab. This was a very large and spacious room filled with all kinds of modern equipment. They were arranged in a messy but orderly manner in the room. Captain Marvel, dressed in a cream costume, was moving around very comfortably. From time to time, he raised the beaker in his hand and observed the subtle changes in the heterochromatic liquid inside. Captain Marvel, someone is looking for you, Tony said as he walked into the lab. Captain Marvel turned around and looked at the two of them. It's you, Captain Marvel said calmly when he saw Sei Ito. I need you to come with me, Sei Ito said softly. Captain Marvel turned his head and glanced at Iron Man, who shrugged helplessly, indicating that he had nothing to do. Okay, wait a moment, I will record the experimental data this time, Captain Marvel said as he looked back at Sei Ito. Okay, Sei Ito agreed. Captain Marvel didn't talk nonsense and turned around and continued to fiddle with the experimental equipment. It wasn't until 7 or 8 minutes later that he stopped and walked out of the experimental equipment. Thank you for your cooperation. Sei Ito reached out and held Captain Marvel's shoulder as he looked at Tony and said, It's nothing, Tony said politely. Sei Ito nodded slightly at Tony and used instant transmission to disappear from the lab with Captain Marvel. What a convenient ability! Tony, who has seen Sei Ito use instant transmission more than once, sighed. On the other side, after 2 teleportations, Sei Ito and Captain Marvel returned to the Magic Cube world. Do you still want me to record knowledge? Captain Marvel, who had calmed down, asked. More or less. But this time, do a little more and help me modify a spaceship. I'm going to carry, Sei Ito said. You're going to carry? Captain Marvel was surprised. Yes, although you have a lot of knowledge, it's not comprehensive enough, so I need to go to carry and record your technological knowledge from your network. Sei Ito nodded in confirmation. Of course, other than that, I also hope that you can help me make a set of translation tools between Earth's language and Carrie's language so that my people can't understand Carrie's technological information. I don't recommend you do that. Carrie is very dangerous, and it's difficult for you to guarantee your own safety there. Captain Marvel advised. Thank you for your reminder, but I have confidence in myself. Sei Ito smiled. Since you've decided, then okay. Captain Marvel and Sei Ito looked at each other for a while and agreed helplessly. Thank you. Sei Ito thanked him loyally. Then, he exchanged for people to help Captain Marvel with his work. He himself went to the big lab and participated in the energy extraction work of the newly captured members of the Vannas and Asgard. Just like that, more than half a month passed by in the blink of an eye, and the first to bring the good news was the group of people from Captain Marvel. After more than half a month of work, they finally successfully compiled a direct conversion tool between the Earth language and the Krexing language. They also built a small modified ship that combined the Marvel world's miniature universe shuttle technology. Chapter 2237. P.S. Thank you to TCAN for your precious monthly votes. A month later, a small aircraft about 30 meters long, 13 to 14 meters wide, with an acute angle at the front and two wings, suddenly broke through the atmosphere and entered space. It then drilled into the subspace and disappeared into the universe. It was not until about an hour and a half later that it reappeared near the sun. It's up to you now, Captain Marvel. Inside the small aircraft, Saito looked at Captain Marvel, who was traveling with him. Captain Marvel nodded and operated the wormhole detection equipment equipped on the aircraft to search for the space near the sun. Not long after, a space with a large distorted force field in the green and white striped light curtain of the detector was found. Found it, Captain Marvel said. Then, he reached out and pressed a red button on the console in front of him. In an instant, the front end of the small aircraft lit up and an energy beam, as thick as an adult's thigh, shot out from the aircraft and hit the space in front of them. Then the space there shook and a huge blue vortex emerged out of thin air in the dark space of the universe. It produced a majestic suction force and swallowed the tiny cosmic dust floating nearby. This was a space-time wormhole. You can go in now. Captain Marvel, who had entered another set of numbers on the instrument, said. Saito did not hesitate and immediately controlled the aircraft to rush into the space-time wormhole. Almost the moment they entered the space-time wormhole, the space-time wormhole seemed to have exhausted its strength and suddenly collapsed inward. In the blink of an eye, it shrank into an extremely tiny blue dot and then disappeared like a burst bubble. What entered Saito's eyes? It was a magnificent sea of blue energy, as if it had been shaken to the extreme. It was still swaying and twisting there. It was full of slender white or golden rays of light that dotted the surrounding energy ocean like golden threads. Obviously, these beautiful threads were the light that was sucked and compressed by the space-time wormhole. It's beautiful. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Saito praised. It is indeed so. But they're also very dangerous, Captain Marvel said. You can't do this, Ross. You won't be able to win the girl's heart, Saito said to Captain Marvel helplessly. Really? Captain Marvel asked in surprise. Of course. Saito said affirmatively, but we can't rule out the possibility that some women like your unromantic character. I don't know, Captain Marvel said blankly. You've never been in love? Saito asked with a gossipy expression. I'm not sure. Maybe, Captain Marvel replied after some thought. Are you that smart? Saito patted Captain Marvel's shoulder sympathetically. Captain Marvel looked at Saito in confusion. She couldn't understand how her intelligence had anything to do with whether she had been in love or not. However, he didn't dwell too much on it. He continued to focus on the data on the instrument in front of him. Then after about 5 or 6 minutes, Captain Marvel spoke again. We're going out. After that, Captain Marvel reached out and pressed a button on the instrument in front of him again. Immediately afterward, the entire aircraft shook and abruptly jumped out of the blue energy space and re-entered the dark space of the universe. At this time, Captain Marvel once again entered the data of a race into the instrument. I have entered the coordinates of Planet Carey and the nearby star map into the aircraft. He will guide you on how to fly to Planet Carey, Captain Marvel explained after a moment, stopping what he was doing. Saito nodded and turned on the quantum stealth system of the aircraft. Then the surface of the aircraft blurred and quickly merged with the surrounding universe. Only a very faint, blurry outline was left. If one didn't pay special attention, one would not be able to distinguish it at all. The aircraft flew forward quickly. And this flight took more than 10 hours. It wasn't until Saito felt that his butt was numb that a khaki-colored planet that was 4 or 5 times larger than Earth finally appeared in front of Saito's eyes. That's Planet Carey. Captain Marvel's voice also sounded at the right time. Be careful. We have now entered the planet's alert universe. Be careful not to be seen by the patrols. Then, Captain Marvel reminded. Understood. Seito nodded. Then he pulled himself together and carefully controlled the spaceship to fly toward Planet Carey. Along the way, they also encountered several waves of Planet Carey patrol aircraft that flew across the sky, but with the help of Seito's powerful spiritual sense and the special radar installed on the aircraft, they avoided all of them. The aircraft flew smoothly to the front of Planet Carey, then broke through the atmosphere and landed on the ground of Planet Carey. Under the friction and resistance of the atmosphere, the aircraft could no longer maintain a completely invisible state. It turned into a huge meteor and rapidly fell to the ground under the pull of gravity that was several times higher than Earth's. We'd better hurry. The army must have discovered us by now. Captain Marvel's voice was a little nervous as he reminded. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Seito smiled. Then, with a thought, he immediately put the small aircraft into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he took Captain Marvel and rushed down to the ground of Planet Carey under the protection of the telekinetic barrier. It was also at this time that Seito finally saw the environment of Planet Carey clearly. Planet Carey gave the impression that it was in the universe. It was a khaki-colored planet. There was almost no green on the surface of the planet. Other than the yellow soil that seemed to have been severely weathered, there was an alloy that showed a brass-colored metallic luster under the sunlight. Moreover, the alloy covered most of the planet's surface, making the entire planet look like a planetary fortress instead of a planet inhabited by a civilization. There were a large number of metal buildings that looked like spires erected on the ground. However, that was not all of them. Most of the buildings were built underground like metal caves, closely stacked on top of each other. There was only a wide passage between two rows of buildings that was large enough for Carey's small spacecraft to travel through at high speed, allowing the two Carey people to enter and exit the metal square house. In terms of style, it was very similar to the future Earth in the movie The Fifth Element, and the container house where the last robot lived in, Public Enemy of the Robots. Seito suddenly remembered something and turned to Captain Marvel, who was in his hand, and asked, "By the way, where is the religious headquarters of the Supreme Wisdom?" "It's not around here. You need to fly south," Captain Marvel replied. After receiving the answer, Seito did not hesitate and immediately flew south. "What are you going to do?" "It's dangerous there," Captain Marvel hurriedly reminded him. "I want to liberate the people of Carey." Seito laughed. "As for danger, trust me, unless it's your Carey battleship's main cannon, there aren't many things on this planet that can hurt me." "You're crazy." Captain Marvel was shocked. "It's not me who's crazy, it's us who's crazy." Seito laughed. "Okay, now tell me where the Supreme Wisdom is. I won't fly around like a headless fly." Then, Seito said again, "Now fly a little to the east and continue flying. We'll arrive when we see a very tall spire and a large open space around it." Captain Marvel said helplessly. Seito nodded slightly and accelerated toward the southeast. However, at this time, the defense forces of Carey finally reacted. They sent out several small aircraft and chased after Seito and Captain Marvel. Seito, who noticed the pursuers behind him, smiled lightly. His body flashed and instantly appeared on the ground of Carey. He hid in the long wide passage and got rid of the aircraft's pursuit. "You lead the way." Seito lowered his head and said to Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel had no choice but to help Seito point the way. However, this situation did not last long. In just over half a minute, two aircraft suddenly flew out of the passage where Seito was. They chased after him while shooting energy rays at him. Seito, who did not like the feeling of being chased, threw Captain Marvel into the air and immediately stopped. He turned around and faced the pursuing aircraft. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and burst out with psychokinesis. In an instant, the two aircraft felt their bodies shake and suddenly became uncontrollable. Then, they involuntarily collided with another aircraft. Boom! A huge fireball immediately appeared in the passage. At this time, Seito reached out and grabbed Captain Marvel, who had fallen back, and flew along the passage again. This is crazy. Next time, before doing this kind of thing, please remind me so that I can be prepared. Captain Marvel complained. It's not like you can't fly. You can fly after I throw you out. Seito laughed. Captain Marvel was speechless. He felt embarrassed for his performance just now. How could he forget that he could fly too? After that, the two avoided several waves of pursuit and destroyed more than 10 carry aircraft. Finally, they flew to the tower where the Supreme Intelligence, the actual ruler of Carry, was located. And just as Captain Marvel said, it was an extremely vast open area. There were no buildings within a 2-kilometer radius. Therefore, many defensive facilities were installed here. Therefore, as soon as Seito and Captain Marvel appeared, a large number of Carry soldiers and small defensive laser turrets appeared and pointed their guns at the two. Chapter 2238. P.S. Thanks to YenXN, Decadent Little Bun, Blood Battle in the Three Realms, Fatty Sue, Skimming the Sea, Boring Lord, Cheshirel, and Idler Shao-Chi for their precious monthly votes. What a grand welcome party, don't you think so, Captain Marvel? Seito turned his head and joked with Captain Marvel as he faced the group of Carry soldiers and their weapons. Are you still going to continue with your previous plan? Captain Marvel asked. Why not? Seito turned his gaze back to the Carry soldiers and asked. After he said that, he crossed his arms and waved forward. A huge wind blade in the shape of an X instantly flew out in front of him. It absorbed the air and expanded, turning into a huge wind spear that was dozens of meters wide and tall. It shot towards the Carry soldiers below. The Carry soldiers and the heavy multi-weapon system did not back down either. They fired physical or energy cannonballs and light beams at the wind blade. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and energy flames instantly bloomed in the sky. The huge wind spear that was attacked also scattered into a turbulent flow of air and blew in all directions. However, while the Carry soldiers were dealing with the wind spear, Seito's figure appeared among the Carry soldiers. He first used a transformation spell to transform into a Carry soldier, then attacked the Carry soldiers around him without hesitation. Lightning, hailstones, fire, hurricanes, and sharp metal weapons appeared among the Carry soldiers, destroying the Carry soldiers, the Sentinel robots, the armored vehicles, and the ground weapons defense system one by one. In just a few moments, this group of guardians with supreme intelligence, the Carry soldiers that were similar to the apologetic knights in the real world, were all wiped out by Seito. After dealing with the Carry soldiers, Seito turned his head and looked at the stunned Captain Marvel with a smile. What do we do next? Go that way. Captain Marvel pointed at the tower not far away and said in a daze. Seito followed Captain Marvel's arm and looked at the tower. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Captain Marvel's shoulder. He used instant transmission and appeared in front of the tower with him. What's next? Seito asked again. Captain Marvel, who was already used to Seito's teleportation ability, took a deep breath and walked to the wall of the tower that had no door at all. Then, without anyone seeing how he did it, a door appeared on the wall of the tower. Captain Marvel moved and walked into the door. Seito also walked in without hesitation. Soon after, the door closed, and with a light tremble, it quickly began to move. After about 10 seconds, the movement process ended and the door opened again. Then, it became very dim. The windowless metal room gave off an extremely oppressive feeling as it appeared in front of Seito and Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel walked into the metal room first. Seito followed behind. After a few steps, a bluish-green light that looked like radiation and fluorescence appeared in front of their eyes. It was something that looked like a human heart magnified dozens of times. It was dark blue in color, with a nose, eyes, and what looked like a huge mouth. The hair on top of it was a material that looked like blood vessels. It was connected to the top of the huge cylindrical body tank that held it. It fluttered slightly under the stimulation of the strange liquid inside the body tank, and it emitted the bluish-green energy light that Ito saw. It was a strange shape. The disgusting thing was none other than the ultimate biological computer created by gathering the brains of all the highly intelligent people on planet Carey over the generations. It was the supreme intelligence that replaced the Carey royal family and government to rule the entire planet Carey. Supreme Intelligence. Captain Marvel bowed to the Supreme Intelligence and called out, "You disappoint me." The Supreme Intelligence said with a voice that sounded like several people overlapping. "I'm sorry, Supreme Intelligence. Please listen to my explanation." Captain Marvel lowered his head and apologized. "I don't want to listen to your explanation anymore. Now, as the management system of Kraken, I officially declare you guilty." Before Captain Marvel could finish speaking, the Supreme Wisdom immediately interrupted him. As soon as he finished his words, 10 Carey Empire members suddenly appeared in the small room. They pointed their weapons at Ito and Captain Marvel. Just then, Ito grabbed forward with one hand. The 10 Carey people's bodies immediately flew up uncontrollably. Then, as Ito swung his arm, they were thrown into the air. Like 10 random objects, they slammed into the nutrition tank that housed the Supreme Intelligence. Bang! It was unknown what the transparent outer wall of the nutrition tank that housed the Supreme Intelligence was made of. It looked like glass, but it did not move at all under the impact of the 10 Carey people's bodies. There were no signs of impact at all. "Ross, are you rebelling?" The expression on the head of the Supreme Intelligence that was attacked changed, and it questioned loudly with ferocity and anger. "No. Please stop, Chun," Captain Marvel said in panic. Ito-say didn't pay attention to him. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the Supreme Wisdom. He lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. His 10 fingers clenched the ground like hooks. He gathered all the energy in his body and threw out a straight punch. Bang! After the seemingly ordinary punch landed, the outer walls of the nutrient tank where the Supreme Intelligence resided in unexpectedly began to tremble violently, shaking the nutrient fluid within and stirring the Supreme Intelligence. Immediately after, there was a crisp paw sound. The outer wall of the nutrition tank suddenly shattered, and a large amount of green liquid immediately spread out like a flood breaking through a dam. Ito's body flashed, and he instantly dodged under the liquid. "No!" Captain Marvel's voice was filled with fear. To the Carey people, the Supreme Intelligence was not only their ruler, but also their faith. It was everything to the Carey people. Every Carey was imbued with the idea that the Supreme Intelligence was great from the moment they were born. Therefore, even if some of the decisions made by the Supreme Intelligence were wrong and went against their will, they would still accept the Supreme Intelligence. The Carey people would only accept it silently and would not choose to resist. Not to mention destroying the Supreme Intelligence. This was something that they could never imagine. Ito did not show any mercy. He waved his arm, and a stream of light shot out from his hand. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Supreme Intelligence that was exposed in the air and pierced through its forehead. Poof! The system is damaged. Prepare to restart. The Supreme Intelligence said mechanically. Ito waved his right hand and recalled the stream of light that flew out. Then, with a wave of his left hand, a purple-green flame shot out and quickly flew onto the body of the Supreme Intelligence like a fire snake. Then, with a whoosh, it burned fiercely and enveloped the entire body of the Supreme Intelligence. Under the burning of the purple-green Tusita divine flames that could burn everything, The mere ultimate biological computer was instantly burned into a pile of black ashes and scattered in the hot wind brought by the flames. Then, the purple-green Tusita divine flames rose and burned the entire nutrition tank that contained the supreme intelligence into nothingness. After a moment of silence, Captain Marvel said, "You destroyed the Carey people." "No, I saved the Carey people. From now on, you are free. From now on, you can live as you wish, and not be controlled by a computer and trained like a puppet." Ito waved his arm and put away the purple-green Tusita divine flames that had completed its mission. He turned to look at Captain Marvel, who was full of sadness and self-blame. Captain Marvel raised his head and looked at Ito. "Look at the Carey people now. Are you really still a human? Everyone is a soldier. All of your lives are only for conquering, fighting, and fighting. There is no entertainment at all. How is it different from the Sentinel robots you created?" Ito sneered. "I doubt it. The reason why you Carey people stopped evolving is related to your current state of life." Captain Marvel's expression changed and he began to think. Humans are human because they have emotions. When they encounter something they like, they want it. When they encounter something they hate it. When they encounter someone they like, they pursue it. When they encounter something sad, they cry. When they encounter something happy, they laugh. When they encounter something hateful, they get angry. However, look at you Carey people. Ito ignored Captain Marvel and continued to speak. "Now I have created an opportunity for you. As for what you want to do, it is your own business. I just need you to help me copy the technological information of the Carey people." Then Ito stopped talking and let Captain Marvel stand there and think. "Maybe you are right. The Carey people do need some changes." After a while, Captain Marvel looked up at Ito and said, "I said, that is your business. I only want the technological information of Carey." Ito shrugged. "I know, but I hope you can help me. I can't convince everyone by myself." Captain Marvel said sincerely, "This is also for Earth. Only by changing them will the Carey people stop their strategy and give up their attack on Earth." "I didn't expect a bookworm like you to bargain." Ito looked at Captain Marvel with interest. "Well, for the sake of our pleasant cooperation, I will help you. Yes, it is also for Earth." Then, Ito nodded and agreed. Captain Marvel is also half a man of action. After receiving Ito's promise, he immediately took Ito around Carey, starting with the people he was familiar with and persuading them to change. During this process, Captain Marvel naturally could not help but encounter the attacks of the fanatics who believed in the supreme wisdom, as well as the high-ranking military officers who were full of love for war. However, under the suppression of Ito's powerful individual strength, all of their operations failed. The main leaders were captured and temporarily imprisoned in Ito's Rubik's Cube world. After that, the people on Carey also knew that Captain Marvel and Ito were difficult to deal with. The attacks of the extremists immediately decreased, and some of the lurkers and neutrals who were originally dissatisfied with the supreme wisdom also seemed to be motivated. They jumped out of the dark and supported Captain Marvel's transformation plan and joined the transformation team. Just like that, about a month later, the first remodeled special zone appeared on planet Carey. Then the second, the third, it was not until almost 8 months later that the entire Carey was completely transformed. Under the transformation rules formulated by Captain Marvel based on some characteristics of Earth and the original characteristics of Carey, it began to operate tentatively. Of course, during these 8 months, Ito was not idle. In addition to leaving his main body in the outside world to suppress the riots and attacks that the Carey people might launch, Ito left the security of Captain Marvel completely to his shadow clone and Hellable. He returned to the Rubik's Cube world and used the energy extracted from the members of the Vannas and Asgods to transform his woman. In the Marvel world, the Warner gods, the Ashen gods, and the three Olympians had their powers boosted. Although not all powers could fully elevate a person to the level of an official god, more than a dozen people were still able to ascend to godhood. Among them, Wei Zi, who had the attribute of death in the 8 Heroes Knot, was promoted to the Grim Reaper by the divine power of Hell, becoming the second Grim Reaper after her elder sister Suzu Ito. Wheat Table, who had the attribute of a beast but was inclined towards explosive power, became the god of war after receiving the power of Tyr. Nero, who was kind and did not like to kill, became the god of light after receiving the power of Balder. Yagami Gale became the god of seasons after receiving the power of Freya, the goddess of spring, Swazed, the father of summer, Wendisvar, the father of winter, and Gilder, the goddess of grain. And because she absorbed enough power, her strength broke through the official god level and became an intermediate god on the same level as a true immortal. However, just as she was not good at fighting, Gale's combat level was still very low after becoming the god of seasons. Fortunately, she also had an advantage that others did not have. Since she had the Windcloud Knights, she could distribute the attributes of the 4 seasons to Sinyo and the other Windcloud Knights when she needed to fight, allowing them to bring out the true power of the 4 seasons. Takamachi Naya became the god of dawn and protection after absorbing the power of Heimdall and Delin, the father of day. After absorbing the power of the Vanir race's god of radiance, Skeener, god Queen Narses, and the Ashen race's god of truth and justice, Foresight, he became the god of judgment, truth, and justice with the lightning attribute. Yomi Yamanaka devoured the last 2 stones of slaughter in Seito's hands and became the god of night after absorbing the power of Hodel, the god of darkness, and Mondefili, the father of the moon. Karen became the god of wind after absorbing the power of Nanna, the wife of Balder, the god of light, Mary, the brother of Thor, and Raswig, the god of wind. Chapter 2239. P.S. Thank you to T-Can, Dark Knight and Life for your precious monthly votes. Valletta became a god after absorbing the power of the goddess of beauty, the god of poetry, the goddess of longevity, and the goddess of virgins, Giphion. However, due to the fact that her powers were too mixed and that her attributes weren't absolutely outstanding, as well as the fact that she was originally a combatant, even though she had become a god, she wasn't able to immediately confirm the laws that she controlled. As a result, just like Erika, she was still at the stage where the god of freedom didn't have a divine concept. Tsunade became the goddess of forest after absorbing the power of the god of forest, father of the sun, Sonderfury, and Loki's wife, Sigurd. His mother, Eriko, absorbed the power of the sun god Freyr, the sun goddess Aphrodite, and a member of the non-elemental divine race, and became the sun god. She was the second sun god after Meo. Yi, on the other hand, absorbed the power of Norvi, the god of time, Freyja, the Asgard queen who controlled love and marriage, and Ares, the god of war. With the coordination of her dragon eye ability, she became the goddess of fate. Seito was surprised, but also felt that it was reasonable. Sorceress Circe, sea goddess Lean, and night goddess Nate became the goddess of magic after absorbing the power of the 3. On the other hand, the female bishop Asola had absorbed the power of the Warner celestial lord, Niold, and the world energy that Ito Seben had imbued into her, allowing her to become a nature god. She had gained the ability to control the elements of fire, sea, and wind. At this point, all of the captured members of the Vannas and Askars, except for the last main god, Odin, had used up all of their strength. The result was, after Suzu Ito, Meo, Cornelia, Hellebel, Tsukiki Emikari, Erika, Liliana, Yori Wantani, Charmi, Uchiha Miko, Kurinai, Toyaya, and Athena Asamiya, 13 more people became gods. The total number of gods in the Rubik's Cube world reached 28. According to Seito, It was enough to form the 28 lunar mansions, if the 2 Athenas were included. With the combined strength of Pandora, Hades, Odin, and Hypnos, the god of sleep, the number would be even greater. It seems like you don't need me here anymore. On this day, Seito's figure suddenly appeared in Captain Marvel's office. He looked at Captain Marvel, who was busy with his head lowered, and said lightly, "Are you leaving?" Captain Marvel immediately stopped what he was doing, stood up, and asked Seito. "Yes, I've stayed on planet Carrie for too long." Seito sighed. "Thank you. You helped us Christ break free from our shackles and get a new life. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be the current Christ, and there wouldn't be the current me. If it's possible, I might even fall into a long period of self-blame because of the destruction of Earth." Captain Marvel's voice was full of emotion. "This is also because you worked hard enough. Otherwise, even if I had great abilities, I wouldn't be able to change an alien race unless I conquered them with force." Seito smiled. "Okay, I'm relieved to see that you're on the right track. Then I won't stay on Carrie any longer. Goodbye, Captain Marvel. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future." Then, without waiting for Captain Marvel to speak, he disappeared from the room in a flash. "Thank you, Chen. We, the people of Kraystar, will always remember you." Captain Marvel, who saw Itose disappear, walked to the window of the office, looked out at the clouds and said softly. It was as if he was making some kind of promise. On the other side, Seito, who didn't hear Captain Marvel's words, rushed forward. Like a retrograde meteor, he left a long trail of flames behind him. He broke through the atmosphere of planet Carrie and flew into the universe. It wasn't until he completely left the gravitational circle of planet Carrie that he stopped again. Then, with a thought, Seito released the small spacecraft that he put away when he first entered planet Carrie and entered the cockpit in a flash. "Target. Earth, let's go," Seito said softly. Then, as if responding to Seito's words, the propulsion system at the tail of the spacecraft spewed out flames, bringing out a pale blue glow and propelling the spacecraft into the depths of the universe. About a day later, with a burst of space distortion, the small spacecraft reappeared in Earth's orbit. At this time, Seito left the spacecraft in a flash, put it away, and activated his teleportation ability to return to Earth. Finally, he appeared in a dense forest in the Nordic countries. Then, with another thought, the figures of Odin and other Asgard and Vanir Protoss, Ares, Hercules, and the Eternal Witch Seito also appeared in the forest. 20 to 30 men and women appeared in front of Seito. "Congratulations, you're free now." Seito looked at the original Protoss members in front of him and said with a smile. What greeted him was a moment of speechless silence and angry gazes from the crowd. "Thank you for your cooperation during this period of time. For this, myself and those who have received your power and obtained significant improvements would like to express our most loyal gratitude to you." Seito, who didn't care about the attitude of Odin and other Protoss, bowed and saluted. "Get out. We don't want to see you again." Because of Saul and Amora, Hill, whose temper had become very irritable as if she had entered menopause, shouted loudly. "Yes. Get out of our sight. We don't want to see you again. Go to hell." Then, as if some kind of switch had been turned on, the other Protoss members also shouted and cursed loudly. "I understand that you don't want to see me, but as a responsible person, I still have to introduce you to the place where you are now, so that it'll be convenient for you to live in the future." Seito, who didn't take the curses of the crowd to heart, continued. "This is Norway, which belongs to the Nordic region, an area where the ancient Vikings once lived, so myths and legends about you are very prevalent in this place. As long as you can slightly change your arrogant attitude, you can easily integrate into the lives of the people of this country. The place you are now in is a forest in the north of Norway. There are no signs of human habitation within 100 kilometers, but there are many wild animals like bears, wolves, and foxes. It's enough for you to live here peacefully before you enter human society. Well, that's all I want to say. I wish you a happy life in the human world. In the end, Seito once again acted like an English gentleman. He placed his right hand on his chest and bowed with a smile on his face. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. Bastard! The Protoss members cursed angrily. On the other side, Seito, who had directly disappeared from the Norway forest and returned to the Rubik's Cube world, thought to himself, "Phew, I've earned almost all the world's power, and the strength of the others has also been improved to the best level that can be improved at present with the contributions of all the members of the Nordic Pantheon. The rest can only rely on time to digest and absorb. It's time to bid farewell to this world and return to the main world." Then, he straightened his mind and raised his head to the void of the Rubik's Cube world and said, "Rubik's Cube, send me back." As soon as the words fell, the familiar huge space-time vortex immediately emerged from the void. It rotated at high speed and produced a huge suction force, sucking Seito's body into the center of the vortex. He turned into a colorful stream of light and instantly disappeared from the vortex like a broken bubble. The next moment, on the top of a mountain in the suburbs of Huadu in the southern part of the Huaxia territory in the main world, Seito's figure appeared out of thin air with a crackling sound like glass breaking. But before he could do anything, several majestic divine thoughts swept over from the sky and shrouded his body. Humph! Seito frowned and coldly snorted. And even more powerful divine thoughts burst out from his body and unceremoniously dispersed the probing divine thoughts. Humph! In an instant, only a few muffled groans were heard. All the divine thoughts were like mice that saw a cat, flying back faster than when they came. Seeing the people retreating, Seito ignored them. He simply looked at the surrounding void and observed the changes of the weather in Shu Land. After that, he flashed back to the mountain peak under his feet and returned to the wooden house he built. He came to the bed, sat cross-legged, and meditated to sort out his realm. In the 8 months on planet Carey, under the influence of the time rules in the central area of the Rubik's Cube world, Seito not only helped his mother, Yi, and others to become gods, but also helped them to understand the rules when they became gods. He broke through the bottleneck of his realm and entered the late stage of Gold Immortal from the peak of the middle stage of Gold Immortal. This was naturally not a problem when he was in the Marvel world. The highest level of that world could catch up to the heavenly realm was enough to accommodate his existence, but the earth was still in the ascending dimension, and the highest limit of strength was only the true immortal realm. As soon as Seito returned, he felt the repulsive force of the world towards him. Fortunately, he still had the privilege of the Akasha system planet consciousness, so he did not cause any trouble and stayed in the main world peacefully. But if he wanted to be stable, he still needed to reorganize his body. As for Yen Di on the other side of Shinong, he never left the pyramid or Shinong. In addition to the strength of the people in the outside world not being able to disturb him, it was also because after leaving the pyramid and the range of the black cloud, he would also be rejected by the world and need to suppress his strength. After all, not everyone has the privilege of Seito. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.